never even happened. For instance, TCU walked into the locker room at halftime in the 2016 Alamo Bowl, down 31-0. The Horned Frogs stormed into the second half and erased a 31-point deficit to force overtime, and eventually won it in the third overtime, 47-41.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt waiting for you to call in and be a part of the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. It is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. And Doug, look at this dossier that Jackson has prepared for you today.
Okay, I'm looking at it now. Boy, it's nice.
Syracuse football reporter accuses Miami mascot of hitting on her during game.
That's our
Martin,
lead
that is the lead story.
I think it is.
You don't bury the lead. That is the lead story.
Haven't we all had a mascot hit on us?
That's correct.
I mean, I don't want to say Fred Bird would goose me before a live shot, but it's probably happened.
As a guy who attends furry parties, it's something that just comes with the, that's correct. That just comes with the territory.
You dress as a bunny?
Gerbil.
Oh.
You ask and then you get mad with the answer.
Is this why we're not invited to the Vitale party? Is that a furry get-together? Is it a very furry Christmas?
I mean, you're going to be dealing with slander suits left and right here from the Vitale family. Mr. Licks is ready for us.
Jeez.
Yeah, real talk. What is with Jackson not playing drops? Did I miss something? That's from Mr. Licks.
Gosh.
Mr. Licks. And he won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. What month, Jackson? Jackson's not
Currently not available.
I don't remember exactly when he won. I know he won. He's
a champion.
He's something like that.
Wow, Martin, look at that. I guess he's not part of the alliance. Mr. Licks is not part of the alliance. Chairman Curtis, is he in our alliance?
TBD.
Oh, wow. Mr. Licks might not be in our alliance.
Free
What's wrong
agent,
with Mr.
apparently.
Licks? I thought he was your boy.
I just don't like him coming after Jackson for the drops. I don't
One
know.
minute into the show,
came
he's
after
complaining.
Jackson. What's
Jackson,
going
we
on,
got
Chairman
him.
Curtis?
We got him. Sent him a fruitcake last night. Look at this. He's in. How busy are you over there, Jackson? I saw you in a little toll booth down the hall.
Toll booth.
And you looked like
Santino Corleone.
He was in a little
It's
window.
a better outcome.
Is that your little toll booth?
That's where I grind.
Okay.
Grinding.
Really?
I never saw you in there before. There's a little window.
What were you
the
working
grind
on?
zone.
Because in that room, you were constructing the best ofs that you took a phone call and you received shrapnel yesterday from a listener for your best ofs. What were you working on today as Martin walked past?
Dossier, cutting audio, getting stories just like that Syracuse one.
Doug, that is our lead today again. Syracuse
gosh.
reporter accuses Miami mascot of hitting on her.
I come in here at 5:30 or so, and that's as soon as I get here, it's time to grind.
Is it really?
It's a full-on sprint until 7 a.m.
No
and I get
fooling.
here and then get yelled at for not playing drops.
I was here at 4 for the sound check, and I didn't see you in the toll booth. But good work. I think
What would
this
you
is
like
the
to say to
lead.
Mr. Licks?
Here's the thing: is like if I'm engaged in conversation with you guys, I can't then also like no look. CP3 style fine drops and play them at the same time.
Nice
No.
Paul reference.
You know? Yeah, and we're going to rank Wake Forest athletes later in the program.
Are we going to get to
nice.
the story about the mascot?
I mean, we're getting to it now. It's kind of
Okay.
It's kind of the underline. It's like the baseline of this segment.
All right.
What's the story?
What do you know?
Well, I think I had under that.
What's the
under
word
that
on the
story
street?
Is
I feel some backpedaling already starting.
no. Well, the question I asked was like, what's the most sensual of American sports mascots, college or otherwise?
Doug, there's your lead.
Would it be any team named the Cougars?
I just saw Doug take one step closer to retirement mentally. I just saw it. I could visually see it.
What happened? Well, I walked in and they wanted to know the most sensual sports mascot, and I just said, I don't need to be doing this.
Keyword sensual. I didn't say anything about necessarily sexual, just sensual.
Okay, but is there audio of the Syracuse reporter accusing the mascot, the Miami Hurricanes
lead
mascot?
story, Martin.
I'm asking, is there audio of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, I thought that's what it was.
So we're just going to kick this around? It's just a topic that got thrown out there?
Yeah, basically.
We don't know anything about it?
I read this morning. I think the mascot was accused of asking for her phone number on the sideline.
Oh,
I think that's funny.
Sebastian, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the Miami mascot name?
Sebastian for you.
What? The Hurricanes mascot is Sebastian?
For you is the last name.
yeah, Sebastian Ibis.
And I think
The last name's for you.
I don't know if it was Sebastian himself or just the university proper, but I think they clapped back on social media.
Clapped back.
Per the New York Post, a Syracuse football reporter is claiming the football game wasn't the only one the Miami mascot was worried about on the sidelines. You like that writing?
Yeah, wonderful.
Ashley Wenskoski, a sports anchor and reporter for CNY Central, called out the Hurricanes mascot, Sebastian.
Online, he calls himself Sebastian for you.
Yeah, so he has an online account.
Okay.
For hitting on her during the Oranges' 42-38 upset win at the Carrier Dome on Saturday. The mascot didn't have much luck either and got publicly outed in the process. Quote, Sebastian the Ibis just kneeled down and asked for my number mid-drive. Feels like he has bigger things to worry about when his team is on the ropes in the fourth quarter at the Dome. But who am I to say? Wenskoski wrote on X. Fans jumped to her defense. No way, Simps on Twitter?
Gosh.
Holy crap. Simps on Twitter? Fans jumped to her defense while taking some shots at Miami in the process. So this is some people on Twitter have said.
Some people. I don't think
One
she
guy.
needed to post it. Who cares? The mascot asked for your number. Let it. I mean, if he did something worse, call it out? It, him, he, they, she? Do we know? And if a mascot asks for your number, don't you want to see what's under the hood? They're like, do we know what the mascot looks like? What's under there?
Do you know what Sebastian for you looks?
I knew who he was in the 80s when I worked
so you know
there.
the same guy?
Well, I'm sure 40 years later, I'm sure he's moved on to something else.
Think it's
He'd be in
Ted?
his 60s now.
Well, that Ted Giglionis, that chicken,
Yeah.
he did it for about 40 years.
Oh, he was fantastic. He was the best ever.
KG, could you find a photo of who the Miami mascot what co-ed is playing the role?
Only if Tim asked me to.
Could you check on a photo of Sebastian for
I don't
you,
want it
please?
now.
Yeah.
I don't want it.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Doug, that is the University of Missouri, the Newhouse School of Journalism, and what's the one at the Medill School of Journalism at Northwestern? Those are our tenets of the industry.
About to go out of business, all three of them. Now,
We send people into the world making minimum wage, and they love it because they get attention on social media and hit on by mascots.
That's what the Kennedy said?
That's correct.
If you were the mascot asking for a phone number in that situation where you didn't have your cell phone or anything, could you remember the number that someone told you?
Yeah,
If you
he's
want
probably
it
got
bad
big
enough.
old paws, right? How do you write it down?
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Could you remember, a 9-digit phone number just off the top of your
Yeah,
head?
you chunk it, Doug.
I just memorized Gabe's like a week ago, and I've been calling
You
him.
memorize the Colonel's number.
Twice a week now for like 4 years. So
Really?
Yeah. Probably not on that one.
Yeah, I never could. I can't do that.
Who do we think the most sensual mascot is, though? We never got to
Yeah,
that.
because
way to
that's
steer it
Jackson's
back.
lead question.
I have a leading. I think it's Mrs. Red
Mrs. Red, who's that?
from the Cincinnati Reds.
Oh,
Mrs. Red?
Like Mrs. Met.
I didn't even know this person existed.
Yeah.
All due respect, of course.
Because there's a Mr. Red, too, right?
Right. This is his
The
significant
family
other.
Red.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha.
She's just got those eyes.
I don't think I've ever seen Mrs.
I've
Red.
never heard of that in my life.
I like the gorilla for the Suns.
Real talk. Doug, you like when a text starts off with real talk?
No.
You can text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Can TMA all day not be on constant repeat with the same 10 shows sprinkled in with Swo's picks every hour? Be better, JB. That's from the 314. TMA all day airs on the TMA STL app and 105.7 HD2 FM. And it's archives of this program's 20 years. Jackson, you are getting shrapnel from Mr. Licks for not playing drops, and now for the TMA all day on 105.7 HD2. I think you've started the program off with a wonderful lead story. I would have been on the Billikens Jackson State and our co-host Josh Schertz's win last night, but you went with Sebastian for you hitting on the Syracuse reporter. This is your opportunity to respond, sir.
I don't really know what to say. I mean, I do try to mix it up on TMA all day. I try my best. It's a lot of. I mean, it's.
Well, you have a nose for news.
That's right. Yeah.
So you realize that this was lead story material.
Martin, did you lead with this last night on the Two Fox?
We did not, but I regret that.
Well, I am where the news is. So that's so if I'm, I do got my feet planted on the ground.
I am what the news is.
I am where the news is.
Where
I am where the news
It
is.
feels like it'd be a stronger story with audio, but I'm guessing audio doesn't exist. We could play that
That's
Brady
likely,
Cook.
but
Can we get her on the program? How about that?
Try, yeah. I don't see why not.
Sounds like I just came up with an idea
Okay.
that is now being passed around. And I like it, Doug. We might have an exclusive.
I'm sure she'll be thrilled to get this call at 8 in the morning Eastern time.
She'll be
Who's
all right.
calling? St. Louis. The clown show in St. Louis.
Do you think it needed to be tweeted? Do you think it needed to be put out there?
There's a part of me that thinks some people in media want attention.
Whoa. That's not why I went to sort of broadcast journalism school.
And some people are really eager to be offended by something, too,
Well, now, what makes you say that?
because it's now a cottage industry.
They're not losers.
Well,
Has the
some would be.
mascot responded?
I got nothing from Sebastian yet.
You don't have anything from...
When's Kowski?
Thank you. Well,
Is
she's
it-
going to join us, though.
It's certainly not illegal to do that. It might be a little creepy, but it's certainly not illegal by any means.
Hey, what's your number? I'm just might be back up for some basketball.
All she has to say is, "I've got a boyfriend." End of discussion.
That's the way that you
Then he
snuff
moves
this
on,
out?
right? Yeah.
Sebastian did make an official statement.
Oh!
He responded, "They do anything for clout."
Oh, he clapped back at Syracuse.
Yeah.
Saying that that's a... Okay.
Yeah.
Doug, do you ever chase clout?
No, I don't. Could it be possible that he was joking? That he's in a large bird costume and asking a cute girl for his number, that it was just a joke?
Why is the Miami mascot a bird?
It is a bird.
It's one of those birds that hangs out in the Everglades.
Yeah.
With the tall legs.
Ibis, yeah. I've crossed paths with the ibis.
I've seen ibis.
Yeah.
He's kind of like a trim ibis. You know, he's kind of like cut. Got a nice V shape.
Jackson attracted.
Okay.
And again, Doug, we don't kink shame if Jackson's a furry. That's great.
But it's not like the one that's got like a pot belly, you know?
We should clarify. You think the Miami mascot is attractive, but you're not attracted to.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Just like Eric in the Central West End. Chairman Kurt, where did you get this statement from, Sebastian, for you?
I am reading it on a story on brobible.com.
A friend of the Valley of the Links for many years.
Yeah, that's the 3-hitter in my morning link search.
I thought Jackson was where the news is, but apparently Bro Bible is where the news is.
So we do have Sebastian for you, and he issued a statement to Bro Bible, or was this on social media?
This was a statement made on social media.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can track him down. Maybe we can bring the two parties together.
His @ is _Sebastian if you need to go look it up.
I like the idea, though, of him faxing over a statement just to Bro Bible to release out to the masses about the situation.
What's going on with this Syracuse program, which Missouri might be meeting in the Gator Bowl? So we would have said reporter. That was the last.
Oh, wow. You saw Syracuse, Missouri?
I don't know
We're
if
not
it
going to
was-
get Miami because we could have Sebastian. I think at this point now we need to go down and do a remote from Jacksonville.
I don't know if it was Brett McMurphy, one of those guys who does all the bowl projections.
Brett McMurphy reports falsehoods regarding the Missouri football program, and I want that out there.
Uh-oh.
Him and Jorge Castillo.
Thank you. The guy who had the Nolan Arenado story.
Oh, were you being sarcastic?
I
thought you were being serious. Okay, because the Mizzou-Kansas deal.
No,
but
I'm
he's
a Missouri fan, but I call a ball and a strike, and that was a sad state of affairs a couple of years ago.
When they ended up in the Gasparilla Bowl.
Yes.
Do you remember who they played?
Wake Forest, Sam Hartman.
Oh, I had to look it up last night.
That's why we're going to do the Mount Rushmore of Wake Forest athletes later in the program.
Oh,
What's
for
their
heaven's
mascot? The
sakes.
Demon Deacon.
Demon Deacon.
Tim Duncan.
He'd be on there. Don't step on it.
Richard Joyce.
Yeah, now you guys are stepping.
But it was a projection last night. I was looking at bowls, and they said Gator Bowl, Missouri, Syracuse.
Doug, does that intrigue you now that you know that
Not
Sebastian,
so
for
much.
you, is hitting on their sideline reporter?
Well, we go to bowls around here. I'm just happy for the kids.
Nice.
We got a coach that talks about showers. We got a sideline reporter getting hit on by mascots. I think we got the perfect matchup. Do we think Drink would have some fun with that?
He would be all over it.
Coach, will you be able to shower if you win this bowl game? I'm sorry.
In the YouTube chat, Martin's Dangly Bit says, I don't know about getting a chick's number and all, but last night I had a 3-hour dream of Doug making me his dirty Smurf. I woke up in a creamy laden.
All right, okay. That's enough. Who
Thanks
was
again,
it, Tim?
Doug. That's from Martin's Dangly Bits in the YouTube chat. I'm reading it right above Jackson's head, right there. I see it right off.
Martin's Dangly Bitch. You've just been suspended. Suspended a period of 2 days' time. Your name, as we speak, is going into the IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com suspension logule. No, I don't expect it does feel very good.
Mr. Licks is back and not happy with Jackson. Jackson's the kind of guy to walk out of a movie and say something super feminine like, well, clearly there wasn't a single woman in the writer's room. That's from Mr. Licks. Is that something you've ever said when we're walking out of an art house picture?
No, I've never said that.
How many art house pictures do you see a week?
A week?
Yeah.
0.5 on average.
0.5.
Probably
So
less.
one every other week.
Yeah, I'd say.
An art house.
It
What's
depends
an art house in St. Louis?
The art house is not like in reference to the theater. It's more the style of movie. But see, now I sound like a
Oh, God. Those have been screened at the Tivoli back in the day.
Tivoli, Plaza Frontenac shows a bunch of them. Alamo Draft House will show some good ones. I went to see Gladiator 2 over the weekend, so
how was it? Good or bad?
Macho?
I can be Buster
Good or
Box
bad?
Office. Good.
Buster Box Office. Who wants that text in box?
Whose mascot is Buster Box Office? Siskel and Ebert.
There's a drop. There's a drop, Mr. Licks.
There you go.
Guys, I want to see Miami and Missouri play because I want to see Sebastian hit on Chris Gervino. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
Hey, buddy. That would be outstanding.
Right after he gets
Let's
done.
go down to the sidelines. Chris Gervino currently being harangued by a mascot. Chris, hey, Mike, how are you? That would be outstanding.
Yeah, so Doug, now we do care about bowls.
Yeah. It takes on a little different slant. If
I want Syracuse. And the coach that showers? I mean, come on.
As a coach, do you need to shower after a game?
That's a good question.
Probably.
You walk onto the field, you're walking the sidelines, you're dressed up.
You're probably sweating pretty good. I would think you would need a shower. I mean, it's probably just good to shower regardless.
I don't know.
Sweatiest coaches. Think about it.
I coached
Sean
a lot
Miller, Arizona. Basketball, if you remember.
Yeah,
you always bring up Sean Miller at Arizona. I think Quinn got himself into a nice lather.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was basketball related, but we'll do a story on that in the 9 o'clock hour. This is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. Jeff Lottman is a sponsor of the program online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. If you are in the market to buy a home, if you're in the market to sell your home, go to JeffLottman.com. He is with Compass Realty. He's been working in St. Louis real estate for 2 decades, and he has $500 million in sales. $500 million in sales. And a big part of the competitive real estate market is having a real estate agent who knows what is going on and has his ear to the
Streets.
I like that. While you sip your coffee with satisfied look on your
I do
face.
feel satisfied after that one.
What are you, Bobby Blockbuster?
Buster Box Office.
Okay.
Buster Box Office. Was Gladiator 2 good or bad? I still haven't gotten an answer.
It was good. It's just
Ooh, you catch that, Doug? It wasn't really like, it was good.
It wasn't an art house
It was good.
film.
The public probably liked it. Horton Watkins, it wasn't that great. That's the read I got.
tough to not be entertaining when you're like just basically remaking Gladiator, but then from like a satisfaction standpoint, they just remade Gladiator, so it doesn't feel and it doesn't have like the moments, the "Are you entertained?" The thumbs
So is
down.
Denzel Joaquin Phoenix?
No, Joaquin Phoenix is kind of this guy named Joseph Quinn. You may remember him as Eddie in the most recent season of Stranger Things.
Doug, do you remember Eddie
no, I
from
don't.
Stranger?
No,
what about
no, I
that
don't.
Millie Bobby Brown?
No.
My prerogative.
Denzel's really good in it. He's kind of like the main character. Denzel's awesome in it, but it's
What about the Irish guy?
Paul Mescal. He's good in it. Don't get me wrong.
Doug, is he hosting Saturday Night Live? And then
I
it's
don't
Chris
know.
Rock and then Martin Short to wrap up the season?
I don't
It's a good
Excited
1, 2,
about
3
that.
punch.
Don't have that schedule.
And you're attracted to...
Probably all three in different ways.
Oh, come
Martin
on.
Short, that's Jiminy Glick. Kidding me?
But that's not attracted to them.
Well, attracted to their talent,
There are guys who are attracted to heavier old men.
especially in fast
Is there a
suits.
Jiminy Click fetish?
If there was one, I'd attend the meetings.
Are we still talking about Jeff Lottman?
Yeah, he's online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. I'd give anything for a shower with Doug. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully in the YouTube chat.
What's funny is that could have been Vitale, and it would have been. It would
It
have
could
also
actually
tracked.
be Joey Vitale from Winnipeg. Although I think he is not on the trip, and I think Cam Jansen's on the trip.
Oh, is
I think
he?
that's what Kerber said yesterday, Joey Vitale on the television coverage. Blues taking on who tonight, Jackson?
Winnipeg, a.k.a. wins per game.
Look at this.
No.
Look at this.
Steel trap memory up here.
Right. Sure.
Started the year 15-1.
A little bit of a skid, Martin,
Yeah.
but still, it's going to be a good test for the boys tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
What's their mascot? WPG. Wins per game?
The Jets. I like their logo. I think it's a good logo.
Do you
They
like
have a
their sweaters?
Nonplussed.
We got that
Oh, I
Louis.
don't say nonplussed.
The logo's great. Nonplussed on the Twitter or the jersey. I don't know, Twitter.
A lot of votes for Bruce Pearl, a sweaty man.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a nice
he was
play.
sweaty.
A couple of people immediately texted that in. I would agree.
I never really got lathered up coaching CYC Bowl.
You were the Wizard of Crestwood?
Wizard of Crestwood, yes.
It's St. Kitty's.
But never felt like I was drenched in sweat
Well, that kinda-
after a 1 hour game.
That leads to a question that I've thought of recently. I forgot to write down. Do you like now that, especially in college basketball, guys are just wearing like quarter zips and like dress pants instead of full suits, or do you miss the days of a coach skulking the sidelines in a suit?
As somebody who grew up in the 1980s and was the only Irish guy in South St. Louis cheering for the Lakers, I miss Pat Riley in the suit.
Yeah.
And big Quinn Snyder fan as well. Second Quinn Snyder mentioned in the first segment of today's Morning After.
Right. You liked his hair, didn't you?
I was jealous of his hair. Man was hired at 32 years old.
I had to take a shower because he had popcorn in it after the bragging rights game. That was a sad moment in Mizzou history.
But then, like, you get the jacket throw, you get the kind of, you can see the sweat forming on the underarms.
Yeah.
There is something to a coach going back and forth yelling at a ref.
I liked
in
it
a
when they were
suit.
dressed up. NFL coaches, too. They used to dress immaculately.
Mike Nolan of the 49ers.
Tom Landry.
Yeah, Hank Stram, and those guys would have beautiful suits on. And
Dennis Gates always wears a suit. And then you got like Buzz Williams at A&M always wearing a three-piece. A little much, Buzz.
Buzz Williams is a sweat factory. That's from the 618. That's at the top of the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And Jerry Tarkanian has been mentioned in the text
carried a
inbox.
towel.
Yeah.
Buzz just has too much fabric on. The three-piece suit is unnecessary for college basketball.
The Billikens are on one of the monitors here, along with the TMA STL YouTube chat in the 101 ESPN studios. And friend of the program, who I think is going to be in studio next week, again, Josh Schertz, he's dressed very comfortably. He's got like, would you call those athletic pant, Doug? Is that an athletic pant?
Athleisure.
And
tennis shoes and a
tennis shoes
sweatshirt.
And a sweatshirt. Very comfortable.
he looks nice. He looks like he'd be very comfortable coaching a team, for sure.
I think in conference play, you throw the suit on.
Oh, is that right?
Non-con,
When Fordham comes to town.
yeah, non-con, yeah, LaSalle. Like non-con, you just be, relax. And then conference games come to town, wear the suit.
Kind of sends a message to the other team, though. They're not worthy of the suit. Then all of a sudden, they got you. They're in your head. Like last night, I think those Bills were looking past Jackie State.
Yeah, Josh Schertz actually said Billiken fans had a reason to be upset about that one.
8 for 22 from the free throw line is really, that would be bad for like a high school JV team.
Jackson State is winless.
Yeah, you can't shoot 8 for 22 from the line. That just can't happen.
Wow.
Thanks, Coach.
Kind of holding them accountable a little bit here.
See, Gibson Jimerson had like 21, and he's now 11 points away from passing Anthony Bonner as the all-time leading scorer.
How about that?
He's going to get it maybe next game.
Yeah, longevity, baby.
Yeah, you play 7 or 8 years, you can break those records.
You can get involved on the program. Chairman Kurt standing by the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you are also welcome to email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Who won yesterday, Jackson?
Buck Swope. Buck Swope won the month.
Uh-huh.
And then Buck Swope also won the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because I thought we had 4 individual votes.
We did, and the committee reconvened, and Buck Swope also
Ward
earned.
Manuel will join us
And also earned.
to give us his
W.
thoughts on the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day vote, which was a tie, but now has become Buck Swope's win.
It had to be done.
Okay.
The committee saw a need, and we took care of it.
We also had the Papal Conclave. Martin, you really got a taste of that yesterday for the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for TMA, and you can sign up to be that Listener of the Month by going to TMASTL.com, and we will reveal that Listener of the Month coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Martin, you got a taste yesterday of the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month Papal Conclave. Jackson Burkett scours the database of listeners who applied to be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month at tmastl.com and then sends out 5 choices for us to vote upon. And you were impressed with the process.
I didn't realize it was a thing. I thought you guys just sort of made it up. And there was actually an audio link, a lot of work that went into this, maybe more than the show. And it was to pick out a winner of the listener of the month. I didn't realize the amount of work that went into it. Congrats to all of you.
I know, I hate to say this, but like you voted in October as well. I scrolled up in that chat.
That's the thing. When I saw your text, I was like, I thought Martin voted in October, but yet you were responding yesterday saying I didn't realize this was a real thing. And then I thought, I guess Martin didn't vote in October.
I don't think I voted in October. Are you
Has somebody hacked into Jackson's papal conclave? Doug, another News 4 investigates.
No, that fortress is rock solid.
I'm 99% certain. I don't know what we're talking about here.
I sent the link to you. I don't know if you voted.
Well, I saw the link and I did not respond other than to say, "Wow, this is real."
Last month's winner was Buck Swope, and he was a resounding winner. So we had quorum regardless.
You like that, Doug? We had quorum.
This sounds awfully important.
It is important.
It is.
Robert's Rules of Order.
But yesterday, that was a tighter race, but we have a winner.
Oh, what do we have?
The winner for the month of November is John Scores.
John Scores. Wow. John Scores is active in the TMA STL YouTube chat. Am I correct?
I would say the YouTube chat was well represented yesterday in the Listener of the Month voting. There was a couple of guys, or presumed guys.
Why presumed guys, Doug, when the show has such a heavy female followership?
I must have been napping because this is the first time I'm hearing the name John Scores. Is it because I'm not looking at the YouTube chat?
I think so much of this is run together for you that it's all the same.
Well, I mean, you have one gentleman on the dais who did not vote and does not recall voting in October. You have another gentleman on the dais not familiar with the winner.
No.
And I didn't vote for John Scores, so...
I didn't either. That's 2 of us who didn't.
Did you get Jackson, did you get a call from John Scores and he said, "Yeah, I'm going to need you to find me 12,000 votes if you can."
I voted for Bob Wagon.
Did you?
Yes.
I guess this whole secret, we'll just do it on the air.
I'm not going to reveal who I just want on the record. If Martin didn't vote and Doug doesn't know John Scores is, and I know I didn't vote for him, who voted for John Scores?
Oh.
Kurt raised his hand.
I did vote for John Scores.
Right.
He's just so damn helpful in that YouTube chat. Just a nice, kind spirit.
Who else voted for him? You must have. Jackson, did you vote for Scorsy?
I don't think I did.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
then why would vote over our votes?
All right.
I think Bob Wagon should get a recount.
No one trusts the election process anymore. No one, and this is why. Maybe 3 weeks from now, more votes will come in.
I love Jackson. How in the hell could this be? How does this make sense?
Okay, I'll tell you how it went down.
What do we got? Because the email of the day yesterday, Martin, we had an issue. We had 4 separate votes, and then I just found out Buck Swope won.
So it's very...
Did we get a prize, by the way? Is this all for a prize?
The Listener of the Month has a very, very cool prize.
Milagro Tequila. Prize
Nice.
pack.
And
Nice.
a really cool TMA tumbler. There's only 12 in existence. Here's how the
It's like
process
the golden
went.
ticket with Willy Wonka.
You just wanted it to be over, and you picked one name and said, all right, let's move on to something else. That was it, wasn't it?
It's serendipitous that it happened after email today, which was a
Did
similar
you feel like
process.
serendipitous needed to be said?
Don't say that word just to throw us off track.
Fittingly, that we had 4, because I guess because I sent it to 5 people, myself included, and there was only 4 votes. It said one person skipped, so one person saw the question and said skip on the one question that was available, and so 4 people had
Martin,
one
do you
vote.
feel like you just routed as skip?
4 people had one vote. There was 4 people with one vote apiece, and I thought I could either resend the entire survey and
I respect the process, like the papal conclave until the white smoke comes out.
or basically do the exact same thing and say, Siri, pick a number between 1 and 4.
Oh my gosh, that's how it was decided. Bob Wagon will be litigating.
But there was one person who didn't get a vote, so they weren't included in that. Therefore, the process played out.
The process played out.
It was a 1 in 4 chance. It was a 1 for all 4 were equally, clearly, because they had 4 votes. They are all equally eligible to win. And so at that point, you just 25% chance. I think it's a fair deal.
I was going to go back and do it. I honestly was. I didn't realize it was due today.
It's not like this was
It
like
takes 2 seconds to
it wasn't
do it.
state capital quiz. You know, like you can do it whenever, I guess.
Yeah, the prize is great. Really cool tumblers, Jackson. Mine said listener of the month on it. Really, really cool. I think my wife threw it away. That's from Mr. Licks, and he has you today in his crosshairs.
He's out of the alliance.
That guy probably
He's out.
That guy probably has like 18 tumblers, all of which he uses on a day-to-day basis for his pre-workout. I don't care. Like it's a cool tumbler. It's all black.
You need a special
TMA
tumbler
logo.
for a pre-workout?
I don't know. I don't take that stuff.
Real men dry scoop.
Yeah. I don't know what the deal is with that.
Doug,
I'm
real man.
deflated at 7:30. That's not good.
I'm more confused than anything, but I am new here.
You need a different tumbler for different workouts before you work out, during the
I'm
workout.
babbling at this point.
It all requires a different tumbler.
I guess. I'm bad.
Life has gotten so complicated.
Why is Jackson rigging everything? That's from Marsh's burner.
I knew this was going to happen. I'm not rigging anything.
Jackie just said, Mizzou Cal, 6 o'clock down in Como. Jets pregame, 6 o'clock. We'll talk to John Kelly next hour.
Dennis Gates playing his alma mater. No, I get it. People might complain about this, but I really, it was either that or recreate another survey and send it out again. I guess I could have done that. Yeah. So in retrospect, I could have done that.
Do you want this one back?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if I had a button that could send me back, yes. But if it also ended up in John Scores winning,
well, is he worthy? Does he do such good work that he needs this award?
You got to vote just like Bob Wagon.
He needs a pre-tumbler workout, a pre-workout tumbler.
The guys in the YouTube chat grinding every day.
They grind in the YouTube chat.
Taking their time out of their busy days to talk it over with the fellow listeners and listen to the program. I think he's as deserving as any one listener.
Okay. Licks is really not happy. No, let the record show the tumbler says, quote, listener of month. There is no the in it because I guess the extra 3 letters were too expensive. It's from Mr. Licks. Doug, it says listener of month, not listener of the month.
That's disappointing, too. We can't get the grammar right.
Sometimes, like a misprint, it makes it more valuable.
Does it?
Like
the Billy Ripken baseball card.
Yeah, like Mizzou, there was Nike had a messed up thing where they were flipping logos on the front of the jerseys, and Mizzou, there was like a W Mizzou jersey, and it's worth a lot.
Yeah, kind of like the anthracite jerseys. I bet those are worth a lot. That was a mistake.
Yeah.
John Scores would be a great sports name. If you're just starting out, your name is John Wisniewski. They're like, we'll just call you John Scores. John Scores is here now. How'd the guys do last night? Well, they missed their free throws, but they pulled it out. We'll see what happens.
Incredibly confusing to spell, I'll say that.
It's like a weather guy with the name Stormy.
If there were only 3 finalists and 5 voters, there would be no more 4-way ties. That's from the 817.
Well, I wanted to open it up to more folk. A lot of people signed up.
Well, maybe he's on to something, though. If you only have 3 potential candidates, we can't possibly have a tie.
Yeah, it's true. It's not a bad way. That's a good thought. Yeah, I like that.
Doug, we just had legislation passed right here on the air.
All right. Well,
let me guess, John Scores is one of Jackson's buddies again. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but this is par for the course. That's from the JV golf coach.
Oh, Lord. I don't know John Scores. I don't know this Merle. I don't know what he stands for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know John Scores at all outside of his presence on this program in the YouTube chat. So, not one of my buddies. Nor is one of my buddies ever won Listener of the Month.
You've had
one of them got
topic.
Nominated for Rookie of the Year.
Back-to-back years, though, which was strange for a rookie award.
Well, Ben Simmons. It's Ben Simmons' rule.
Again, we're getting groomed on this National Basketball Association, Doug. It's very
Griffin
frustrating.
Rule. So have we clarified all this?
No.
Okay.
And it certainly won't be the last time it comes up. But I'll stick and move.
Just be like the SEC and have a co-defensive lineman of the week. Johnny Walker had a big game. He couldn't be the defensive lineman of the week. He had to be the co.
We only have the one tumbler. Listener of month.
Maybe they could share it, like custody of the tumbler.
Doug, I've seen you disappointed in this program
never
before,
to this extent.
but never to this extent.
No.
This is kind of the This is the low point, which is really saying something.
Yeah, because I've been disappointed on many occasions.
You are welcome to express your disappointment. They're currently doing so in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And you can call in and talk it over with Chairman Kurt, 314-974-0101. Those are the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And you can always go back and podcast or live stream via the 101 ESPN app. And there is a separate TMASTL app. Download them both. They're presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and his team at SchaeferDoor.com. The spelling of the name is SCHAEFER door.com. You can call or text 636-782-3608. It's going to be the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. It is Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master Authorized dealer at SchaeferDoor.com, or you can call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the 101 ESPN and the TMASTL app. Katie Wu with a new story on the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado that was just posted early this morning. We will have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Winnipeg Jets. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Welcome back. TMA, 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett under fire, but he has his head up after what was a very successful Sports Center update, letting people know the Blues are taking on what is known as the Gateway to the West, Winnipeg.
I just read that. Known as the Gateway to the West.
So now we got a rivalry.
Winnipeg is a railway and transportation hub with a diversified economy known as the Gateway to the West.
Isn't there
bastards? They took our name.
Isn't there multiple Queen cities as well? Isn't Cincinnati?
Charlotte, Cincinnati.
Yeah, so maybe we got a similar situation.
I don't like it, though.
Yeah. Should we take someone else's city-like slogan?
Yeah, the Big Apple.
Yeah, city that never sleeps. St. Louis, Missouri.
Cottleville, the city that never sleeps. Just start labeling towns randomly.
Martin, I deep teased this Katie Wu story. Katie Wu, she posts these stories early in the morning, and there's some meat on the bone, and you know what there always are? League sources. She's connected, and she has the following. As the Cardinals seek to reset their roster heading into 2025, they are planning for multiple scenarios without the players they had once assumed would be key parts of their long-term success. And one such scenario is that next year's opening day third baseman might not be Nolan Arenado. The Cardinals are continuing to explore Arenado's potential market, and league sources familiar with the situation believe more clarity regarding his future will come in the next few weeks. Expect Major League Baseball's winter meetings to be a better indicator of what his market could look like. So, Nolan Arenado and the Cardinals would next week be the day that it comes to an end for his tenure in St. Louis. If you had to bet.
And she's saying what? That it's sort of unclear?
That it's not a lock, despite the audio of him in K. Dodger Blue. And people started going into his Instagram comments yesterday under that post. For those not familiar with it, Doug, what do you call it, a photo dump?
I never say that. No.
On Instagram, and the soundtrack under the photo dump, Jackson, was?
Dodger Blue by Kendrick Lamar.
That's right. And was it a Tavon Austin subtweet? Austin Pettis, he also would do a lot of subtweeting, humble bragging. Was this Nolan Arenado's way of saying Dodger Blue would suit me just fine in 2025?
I think it's still going to get done, especially if you're not that concerned about the return. I think the Cardinals could just sit at the day and say, well, we've gotten less for more. I think people understand. They're just trying to move them. So I don't think the return, as long as you have somebody willing to pay a decent amount of that money, I think it's going to happen. I really do. You got your winter meetings next week in Dallas. We'll send Jackson down there for some fake news.
We get to go to some Mavericks games.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He has a full no-trade clause, and according to a team source, he would not waive that clause unless it was for a contender. And that is partly why Arenado is open to playing first base next year, or at least spending less time at third base. That flexibility would presumably make him more attractive to contending teams that already have a third baseman. Per Katie Wu in The Athletic this morning, the trade wouldn't just benefit Arenado, who has been candid about his desire to play postseason baseball for the past several years. The Cardinals would be motivated to move him off his contract off the books because it would clear a substantial amount of money, and the organization has already stated next year's payroll will be going down.
Well, I think every team that would be in the mix, Red Sox, Yankees, Dodgers, that would have the money to spend, are all in that contending discussion, right? The teams that are just kind of terrible are not going to want to spend the money and are not serious contenders. So I think it goes hand in hand. I don't really think that's an issue.
I think we have two dominoes that have to fall before he moves. And I don't know if those will fall by next week. Number one, Juan Soto. Number two, because of the position, Alex Bregman. And then I believe at that point you will have the Nolan Arenado landing spot. But I would be shocked if he is playing for the Cardinals.
Maybe the Dodgers will get all three of those guys.
Oh, wow.
But if they're talking about Arenado playing first base, it must mean that he's got some kind of health issue. Because when he's healthy, there's nobody better at third base. Why would you move him? Why would you move one of the best defensive third basemen in the history of the game unless physically he didn't think he could handle the position anymore.
Yeah, and if you get him at this point, you're assuming production's down a little bit. You're not going to put him over at a first base, a position where you're looking for as much power. If anything, I would think his value moving forward is more so on the defensive side than offensively. So I don't get that part of it. I understand him saying, hey, I'm willing to move. Get me out of St. Louis.
Yeah.
I'll play third, second, catcher. I don't care. I understand why he would say that. I don't understand why a team would want Nolan Arenado at this point in his career as a first baseman. I don't think it makes any sense.
Especially for the cost associated.
Right. I mean, does that make any sense that he would I get why he would be willing to do it. But for any team that says, yeah, we'll pay you $20, $30 million and your numbers are declining, sure, play first base. Makes no sense.
Yes, then it may make sense for the Yankees, I suppose, if that's the direction that you wanted to go. If you wanted to kind of figure out the thought process, then it can open up the Yankees, which might have a vacancy at that particular spot. I don't know.
Do you have an Instagram with Fat Joe music playing in the background? Because that'd be a tell.
True.
Let me ask the Plowmaster this.
Oh,
Joe Strauss, and there was a drop.
Yeah. I don't know that it's automatic that he's going anywhere. If it was automatic,
I'll bet you.
Well, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but automatic, I don't know. That if it was, he may have been gone already. I'm sure they're trying to work out how much money a team is going to assume. Can they get anything at all in return as far as players coming back? And if they don't like the return that the Dodgers would be offering, they'll probably check out all the other clubs too.
I share Martin's opinion that I think the return is less of a priority, this might upset Cardinal fans, than getting the dollars off the books. And so therefore, I think for the Cardinals to be able to move him, you're only dealing with a handful of teams, and those handful of teams are involved in Soto, then Bregman, and then when they don't get either one of them, you overpay for Wilson Contreras and talk about how it was a great move, or you acquire Nolan Arenado.
And both sides want this to happen. That's what's key here, I think. This is not a player who is fighting you on it, and this is not a team who's saying, we better hang on to him. I think they know it's time for him to go. He knows it's time for it. I'd be shocked if he's not traded. I think it's going to happen.
I'm trying to bet, Doug, and you're ruining it for me.
Well, I think he probably will be, but I just don't know that it's as automatic as you guys do, and I think the Cardinals would
What if I could give you 4-1 on your money?
I think the Cardinals would be making a mistake by not wanting something in return that they can use.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Otherwise, they're going to feel just a horrendous team if they don't get a few players in here and play in front of 9,000 people for 4 months out of the season. I don't know that they can afford that either.
I don't want to pivot the conversation, but what do you do with Ryan Helsley? Because trading him now would seem to make sense, right? Because his value is high. But I think they're kind of contending or kind of trying. So you can't trade all your good pieces? Don't you think
Really?
that...
Jackson has another drop, and it was perfectly timed.
Doesn't that fit?
The Empire Strikes Back.
Do you agree with me that they sort of they don't want to be terrible? So, like, if you start selling off parts like Helsley, it's telling your fans, we're not trying at all.
Either you're in or you're out, and there's no hybrid. And this hybrid thing that they've been doing the last few years, and I go back to 2016, really, even though there was the 2019 NLCS appearance, is what has gotten them in this position. Make the move. You can call it whatever you want to call it. I don't give a damn. But Ryan Helsley's got to go, just like Goldschmidt and Arenado should have gone in July 2023. Make a decision, stick to it, and plus you got your fall guy anyway who gets to hang around for another year in Mozeliak, so Bloom looks good. Perfect. Blame Mozeliak, Bloom comes in, and you've gotten some prospects in return for Helsley. It's a no-brainer play.
I agree with you. But do you think that's
Mo.
what they'll do? I'm not saying it's a good plan. I'm predicting they'll keep him around because they don't.
Oh, my goodness. Are you serious? You
I don't
really
think
so.
Yeah, I don't think they want to tell their fans, well, we're totally selling off parts. We're kind of going to be competitive-ish.
I'm kind of with you there. I'm not saying they shouldn't.
Correct.
I'm saying I think that's what the Cardinals will likely do. I don't think they
All right,
want
let me
to
ask you this,
start
boys.
completely over.
If this were the Blues, would they keep Helsley around? If you had the same kind of prospect, and I realize a closer in baseball is a different spot than whatever you would want to pick in hockey.
I don't know, but the Blues have made some horrible moves, too.
I understand, but the Blues also pick a path, and that's the thing that I think. That's why I think the Blues have more equity than the Cardinals at this moment. I don't think the Cardinals, for example, and I think Terry Francona being available in 2011, speak to it, would have gone out and gone, Jim Montgomery's available. Yeah, it might look bad optics, and we feel bad for Drew Bannister, but so what? It makes our organization better. We're going to go get Jim Montgomery. That's not a Cardinal move, and that's why people, I think, invest in the Blues and buy into them.
And would Cardinal fans buy in, do you think, not a total teardown, but saying we're going to just start selling off parts like hell's? I think fans would.
I agree with you.
But I think they're afraid of that. I think they want to field a somewhat competitive team, and I agree that leaves you nowhere, but I think that's what we're seeing.
So if you had to bet, you think Helsley will be on the team next year?
That's my guess. I'm not as confident in that statement as I am with Arenado being gone, but I have a feeling Helsley will be here.
I think the Cardinals would be really leery about starting completely over and having a team that has virtually no chance. As much as they live and die by the gate, especially now with the TV rights problems, I don't think they can afford to put a really terrible team on the field. I don't think they're going to want to do that at all.
When I had an interview with Tom Stillman before the season, and he was talking about the Colorados of the world, he said, you just can't do that, though. You can't have 3 years where he goes, and it's never 1 year like the Blackhawks with all those top picks. Mm-hmm. He said it's not a 1 year deal. He said it's like 3 years where you're terrible if you're going to load up on those picks. And he said, we just never want to do that. And I think the Cardinals have kind of lived in that same purgatory. The Blues have been more proactive in trying to kind of make it work while not tanking, but also being realistic, whereas I think the Cardinals have gotten stuck in that purgatory, and they're just going backwards.
And in this, in my mind, I have operated on the premise that Helsley's gone, and it's not even a thought process.
Well, you might be right.
Well, but anytime there's something going on, I know you have a little bit better read, I guess, for the lack of a better term.
But don't you have that same sense, Mozeliak, the DeWitts, that they don't want to just do a fire sale?
No, actually. I feel like they've been so straightforward with regard to this specific thing that the payroll is going to go down, and they might know it's not, popular, but the money has to come off the books, and they need to, number one, invest more responsibly in developmental elements, both staffing and the technology, but in addition to get money off the books because they are losing money on the attendance front and the television revenue front. So I understand all of that. I also get why it pisses fans off, but from a business standpoint, I get it. I just, for the life of me, why he wouldn't capitalize on a commodity like Helsley.
Well, then why do you keep Contreras instead of Gray? Simply because they don't want to go?
Right. That's what you got. That's what it is. Hey, you can spin it however you want to spin it. You think people want Wilson Contreras? I'm baffled by the equity he has in St. Louis. I mean, I know he's a fiery guy, and I guess if people like that, that's wonderful. But whatever. Hey, God bless America. People like it. That's fine. It confuses the hell out of me. But and then the Sonny Gray situation, he's from Nashville, may want to be close to home. He had a backloaded deal. So these are, you can call it, we want to be here because we love the fans, but, they're also not exactly people who...
They play for the love of the game here, Tim, not the money.
In a spot where they're desired commodities.
Sonny Gray carries a baseball around.
Have you thought about that, Doug?
I need to think more about it.
Think about
I'm excited for this Brewers series.
All right.
Charlie.
Well, if Nolan Arenado does get traded, it would be wise for him to call Collier and Thompson to come in and redo his kitchen to increase the value of his home, because that's what Collier and Thompson can do. They're just a fabulous place, a one-stop place for you to go to get any room in your house really done. The kitchen, the bathroom, the master bedroom, the basement, the man cave, the bar, the accent room. They'll do fireplace walls and offices, you name it. Collier and Thompson can handle it all. And service and quality is their number one priority. If they come out and work on a job and you've got a problem a year or two down the road, they'll come back out and fix it and make it right. Also, if you're looking for just a single appliance, a lot of people don't want to redo the whole kitchen. Maybe you don't have the budget for that, but you would like a new appliance. Collier & Thompson is the place to go to. They carry the top brands going, Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, you name it. And sometimes the new appliances are a little bigger than the space where your old appliance is. Collier & Thompson has the carpenters to deal with that. They handle that kind of thing all the time. They can make it work for you. Stacy is the appliance guy, does a great job out there. Go visit him if appliances are really what you're looking for and not a total redo of your house. Whatever it is, Collier & Thompson is definitely the place to go. AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau, Torch Award winner for their ethics. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
You are welcome to get involved. Call in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can also text into this program. Air Comfort Service, the sponsor of our text inbox, 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You like this beat, Doug?
Oh, it's okay. It's fine.
All right, Jackson. You're getting things back on track for the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. But we'll leave the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour on December 3rd, 2024 on the cutting room floor for your resume reel.
I was going to use it for a best of, honestly.
Oh, those best ofs.
People still have resume reels. They don't, do they? They just
when
put
you
this
have
stuff
when
on
you have
YouTube?
somebody applying to work at the 2 Fox Martin, they have YouTube links, right?
I think now they send in some kind of online, like a YouTube link. It used to be you'd go to the mail, the post office, and you would mail a VHS tape.
And pray you'd get it back if you didn't get the job.
$3.25. I was shipping them out left and right out of Little Rock, Arkansas in March of 2000, Doug.
And whenever you'd get hired, you'd go into that news director's office and you just see a stack of tapes.
Oh, yeah.
And you'd be like, wow, I never had a chance. All those times I was sending tapes.
Knowing full well if they fired you or you quit, they would have your replacement in about 5 minutes.
Yep. And making about 20% less. It's quite an industry. We recommend you go into the Missouri School of Journalism, Northwestern, maybe Syracuse. Take your pick.
I think Luther Burden went there because of the great journalism school.
Thank you very much.
Okay, he leaves. The quick quiz for you, Mizzou honks. Burden finishes 4th all-time in receptions. That kind of surprised me.
It is to me, too.
192. Do you know the all-time Mizzou receptions leader? Do you guys know this?
Not Macklin?
Nope.
Denario Alexander.
I was going to go Denario.
Nope, he's 5th all-time.
Wow.
Winslow?
No.
Can we have initials, please?
Yeah, Doug likes initials.
Tight end.
Kaufman?
Yes, Chase
Wow.
Kaufman at 247.
Wow,
it's not even close.
Wow and wow.
And the number 2 is also a tight end.
Albert O?
No.
Rucker,
yes.
No,
Wow. Boys are throwing it around. They played together.
Top 2 are tight ends. Correct. They had the same era. Talk about a tight end driven offense there. Kaufman 247, Martin Rucker 203. Third, 12 gauge. Justin Gage with 200 even. And then Luther Burden, Denario, 5th all time.
Where's Macklin?
He is 7th right behind TJ Moe.
How about that?
Do you remember Jamon Moore?
I do, actually.
Kind of Pinkel into Odom.
Yes.
He is 8th all time. Isn't that crazy?
It just speaks to how the game changed so much.
It's all recent.
From a recency standpoint with the passing game. It is the 8 o'clock hour here on TMA, but the 7 o'clock hour, at least from the segment standpoint, Dan Mungenast is a sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. Doug, we're both big fans of Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Mungenast and Ryan Seibert.
It's because we've been going there for several years now, and we know there's not a better place in town to go, mostly to get your car fixed. Oh, sure, they got a wonderful selection of new and used cars there. You can check that out online, but also inevitably your car is going to need some work, whether it's a routine maintenance or you've got a real problem you need it done right now. This is where you can go. You can go to Mungenast St. Louis Acura or Mungenast Burkhardt Alton Toyota, and they will take fantastic care of you. Doesn't matter if you bought your car there or not. They've still got you covered. And they've given us a special phone number, and I'd really like you to write it down so we don't have to keep repeating it. But here it is. And this gets you straight to the muckety-mucks. Here's the number, 314-252-0029. You're not writing a thing. You're not writing it. Get yourself a pen and pencil. Here's the number, 314-252. You're still 0029. You miss out on the number. You miss out on speaking to Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Mungenast, maybe Ryan Seiberg, who runs the service department. They are eager to take great care of you. Even if you don't know the number, they'll still take fantastic care of you. This is just their way to make sure listeners to this show are accessible to the top dogs at the company. The website is stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Mungenast St. Louis Acura and Mungenast Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
Get involved on the program, the YouTube chat active, and then you can talk it over with John Scores. I mean, this guy won the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month, asterisk. And so you can congratulate him in there. And you can also talk it over with those who want to email into the show the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour coming up next on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. CMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And look, Doug, it's Ed Herman from Brown and Crouppen in the studio right here, right now.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Ed.
Oh, my God. Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Hey, you saw me sitting bundled.
Have you been retained as legal counsel for Bob Wagon because he was hosed out of the Listener of the Month? Do you think, is this a legal interaction here?
Yeah, Ed, Jackson took liberties with the Listener of the Month vote that's presented to you by Milagro Tequila. And while John Scores is a patriot and he's in the YouTube chat, a lot of controversy regarding his award yesterday. And Jackson, have you retained Ed as counsel? Because you know that you're going to be dealing with this from Bob Wagon.
Jackson's Michaelis.
Yeah, well, that's it. Well,
he's doing his Nell thing. I plead the fifth. He is held out watching on YouTube.
Listen, I think it's within Jackson's purview. You know, there's always next month. In fact, it's a new month now. Yeah. Oh, well, this was for December already?
Mm-hmm. No, this was for November.
He's not speaking at all.
Martin always likes this. This is when Jackson becomes Jodie Foster?
No.
Listen,
a reenactment.
I think it's now December. It's time for all of us to move forward with our lives.
Doug, move on.
You know, I think whoever was supposed to win last month and got screwed by Jackson, and I think we could all agree he was screwed.
Thank you.
Let's just preemptively give him December. Okay. Call it a Christmas present.
Happen that way.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. You know, of course, he'll always know it's just because he complained. But regardless, the point is we can make this right. See, just wanted to say
that's good counsel.
On that whole thing.
That's the nice thing about months. There's always another one right around the corner.
Right.
Think about that.
You're quite an ombudsman.
Yeah. Well, you know, I try to keep things peaceful. It's sort of my job.
That is the gig. Ed Herman of Brown and Crouppen in studio with us. We were talking about Nolan Arenado in the previous segment, and I know you always enjoy some baseball conversation.
I do.
And then Martin was saying he didn't think the Cardinals would necessarily, for certain, trade Ryan Helsley. Your opinion, both as a Cardinal fan but also as a Yankee fan, where could Arenado possibly wind up?
Here's my thinking. You know, I think I was the very first person to even float the idea of Arenado to the Yankees. That was before it made its way to the press at all. And I think that the reason he's come out and said that he has flexibility to move to first, you may not find that appealing, but I think what he's doing there is clearly he's trying to send a message to other teams saying, I'm prioritizing. If I can go to a contender, I'd like to. I want to show that I'm flexible. He also knows that if he's going to go somewhere as a third baseman, he may be stunted until Alec Bregman gets a home. And he doesn't want to have to wait.
Yeah.
What he'd like to do is he'd like to let people know, hey, go ahead and trade for me now. And if you wind up with Bregman, I don't mind moving over to first. And I think he's speaking directly to the Yankees, who he knows needs a first baseman and a third baseman. I think he's basically putting that message out right out of the gate. You guys lose out on Soto. You think your backup plan is Bregman. You don't have to wait for any of that. Trade for me now. Install me at third. It'll give you better leverage when you negotiate with Bregman if you need it. If you get Bregman, I move to first. And there's a few other teams that are like that have needs at both first and third. I don't know exactly what the Mets plan to do, but we know that the Mets are likely not going to have Pete Alonso. And they may be the ones to land Soto. I suspect they will be the ones to land Soto.
Oh, that's where you think he's going to land?
I do.
Yeah.
Look, Steve Cohn has been dying to make a splash. He has way more money than the other owners do. He's made some bold statements. They proved that they're a contender. Soto has proved he can handle New York. Why wouldn't they go all in on Soto? But if you're going to do that, you still have a needed first base, losing Alonso. I think Arenado gives you a tradable option without having to go hit the market. So I do think that there's some logic behind that for Arenado, and I think he will wind up getting moved. As far as Helsley goes, I think it's a no-brainer that you should be shopping him for two reasons. One, in your rebuilding, the last thing you need to hold on to is your closer, because you need people that can play every single day and contribute to your daily wins. And you have an opportunity when he's at the height of his market, peak of his market. He's never going to get better in terms of his value. You can get somebody to come in and play every day for years to come, as opposed to Helsley, who I think has maybe 1 more year under contract or control, and then he's out in the Wild West. Not to mention, do the math, and I'm sure you guys have. Every year, at least half the people who have the closing job on day one of the season lose their closer's job by the time the year is over. Over half. So the upside of holding on to him is so questionable. It's so in doubt, no matter how talented he appears. But the value of what you can get for him will never be higher than it is today.
Amen.
Well,
So
I agree with that.
I think you got to move him.
I agree with that, but do you believe the Cardinals are afraid to sort of go too far towards rebuilding and give a message to their fans that we're really just going to have a crap team? Don't you think they're afraid of that?
You know what? Listen, they can't operate out of fear. They have to operate out of what is going to put my best product on the field, both for this year and in the coming years. Because, people's memories are unfortunately very, very short. So every year you're starting as if it were a blank slate. You're not getting too much credit in the bank for your moves. You can't run your team like a fantasy team. You can't run it just to please the fans. Try to put a winning team on the field. Winning solves everything. You win, the fans come back, the money comes back, the players want to play here. Winning is the cure-all. So your focus has to be on putting the best product on the field, not trying to satisfy, quite frankly, people who are mostly watching the game casually. And for what? It just doesn't seem like the better plan. The better plan is you trade them.
But if they trade Arenado and Helsley, there's a chance they're not going to be doing a whole lot of winning here.
Well, you don't know what you're not giving them much credit for what they can get back for those guys. I think we can all agree. Arenado's trade value is not peaking right now, but there's also no indication to suggest that his trade value is going to increase. So, that's a situation where you do the best you can right now. At a minimum, you get salary relief. Helsley, for him, you get players that are going to play. You need somebody who's going to be in your everyday lineup. And look, this is where you got to rely on people making good deals. What can you get for them? Let's see how good they are at negotiating. But I think the fans are going to judge the team by how well they play. And if the person that comes in plays well, they'll feel very good about the trade. The person that comes in plays poorly, they'll just keep beating up on the Cardinals like they've already been beating up on the Cardinals. So, is one more bad deal? Mo's gone at the end of the year anyway. Is it, with
that's
everything
right. He can be
that's
the
happened,
fall guy. Part of me wonders if he's sticking around in part to be the fall guy.
Why not? Why not have that last mark on those last few deals? Take a little bit of the pressure off of Bloom. No, I think that both of those things will happen. And quite frankly, you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't, right? Because if you don't trade Helsley, you're going to have just as many malcontents amongst the fans saying, well, God, they should have traded him. Especially if he, like more than half the closers, loses that job during the course of the year.
Do you think baseball's headed to a reckoning with the Dodgers signing everybody? And anytime there's a big free agent, we'll say, well, Mets will get him, the Dodgers might, the Yankees might. Do you think at some point there'll be some sort of pushback amongst the owners?
Well, there was. But when there was a time where you didn't have 5 or 6 teams that were constantly in the conversation. We went through a decade where it was if the Yankees wanted him, the presumption was he'd sign there. And only if the Yankees didn't have a need for him did other teams have a chance. Now, the fact that you have 5 or 6 teams that are legitimately in the conversation for somebody that's going to command as much money as Juan Soto demonstrates that, baseball has, much more financial competitiveness, certainly than the other sports do. I don't think you can point to any other sport that has the level of parity that baseball has.
What, the NFL has more parity?
No, it doesn't. The NFL has 18 teams out of 32 teams that have never won a Super Bowl. How is that parity?
Well, but they have a better chance.
No. A chance is an illusion. The reality is you have 18 out of 32 teams that have never won a Super Bowl. That is the opposite of parity. You look at baseball, and every team right now has won a World Series except for, I believe, the Brewers, the Mariners, the Tampa Bay Rays, and the Rockies.
Martin, for the record, Ed enjoys a good debate, so don't feel like you have to be subservient because he is the title sponsor of the show.
No, this is
he lives for this.
I live for.
Ed and I have had some good ones, and so I can tell you're confused by his perspective. I want to hear you dig in.
I think in the NFL, it's probably more incompetence when you look at teams like the Bears, but you have a chance financially to compete, whereas in baseball, a lot of these teams do not.
No, I don't think that that's actually the case. I think that if you look at football, you could point to 3 or 4 organizations, and they basically have won everything for the last 15 years. And there really hasn't been the opportunity for other teams to sneak in.
A lot of that was Tom Brady, though.
Tom Brady. And, well, yes, that's true. It was. It was 6 with the Patriots, and the second he went to another team, he was able to take them and get them a title, when he went to Tampa. So, no, it's a handful of players, a handful of teams that have actually succeeded. They have the illusion of parity, my opinion. Whereas baseball is just the opposite. They don't have the illusion of parity, but if you actually look at things the way that they've played out, they have legitimate parity. When was the last time we had back-to-back champions in baseball? Because I can tell you in football, we had them the last 2 years. In fact, we had the same team win 3 of the last 4. 3 of the last 5, rather.
But I think it's incompetence. Look at the Lions. They're capable, financially, they're capable of drafting the right people and putting them on the field. They haven't. Historically, they've been a disaster.
Well, historically they were great last year, and they're dominating this year. Things go in cycles, and that's just the way of it. And I think a lot of it has to do too with the ability to improve your team. In football, you have a draft. The people that you draft are going to go straight into your starting lineup. You know the impact that they're going to make immediately. Baseball doesn't have that opportunity. You do a baseball draft, once in a blue moon, you get a Paul Skeens who can make an immediate impact. More often than not, it's a crapshoot. These guys are going right into the minors. Maybe you see them in 3 or 4 years. You have no idea what you got. These other sports have an opportunity.
That's my point, that in baseball, you can buy the best players. And in football, you have to have the skill, the acumen to acquire them.
No, you actually can't. In football, you're actually paying commensurate with where they are in their career. You pay them a lot of money right out of the gate when they're young and fresh and healthy and ready to go. Baseball, the way that the salaries are structured, creates the parity. For 6 years, any team can hold on to their player and be able to afford them. The first 3 years, they're guaranteed no more than the league minimum. The next 3 years, they're arbitration eligible, but certainly affordable to all franchises. For most players, their best years are going to be in that first 6 years. Other teams that have less money have found ways to lock those guys in by buying them out of their first couple of free agent years. You see what the Brewers did with Jackson Churio. So he hadn't even played a major league game. We're locking him in for 8 years with a couple of option years. You got to take more risks like the Braves did, giving the younger guys longer extended contracts where you're taking a little gamble, but they locked in guys like Strider and Harris and Acuna and Albies, and that's how you build your team. That's how you have to do it. You got to take the chance and lock them in when you have the leverage, because they can't be free agents yet. More often than not in baseball, the players that have the biggest salaries aren't necessarily the best. They tend to be the people that had been the best and then eventually got their money when they got to free agency. And then what happens is those contracts start to age out. So you have a little window when you get everybody that maybe still has a little bit of their prime left. But then ultimately, you're left with a lot of bloated salaries. The Dodgers look dominant right now. What is this team going to look like in 6 years when they're still paying a lot of these guys, but these guys are now well past their prime? I'll tell you what they're going to look like. They're going to look like the way the Yankees looked when all of their guys got old and they had to go through tilling the soil, when they were dealing with the back end of A-Rod's contract and all of the other contracts, the Giambi contract, Mark Teixeira's contract. I can go on and on. Those guys are left holding the bag, or the Angels when they had Pujols' contract and Rendon's contract and C.J. Wilson's contract, Josh Hamilton's contract. Those back-end deals, those teams are getting screwed. No,
but if the NFL cities were baseball teams, the Packers would never retain Aaron Rodgers. He'd walk away. Mahomes would never stay in Kansas City. He'd sign with the Yankees. The Ravens wouldn't have a bloated payroll because they'd lose out to the Dodgers, the Mets, or the Yankees. I think the money there that's available in the NFL gives you a chance, and then it comes down to how smart are you in spending that money. The disparity. I just think next year, who's going to win the World Series? Probably the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, the Red Sox. Probably somebody could jump up and win it, but probably not.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's easy to look at a year when the Dodgers won it all, and it happened to be a year where they were facing the biggest market. But you just go back 1 year before that. Did you have Texas and Arizona in the World Series?
Martin, that was the 6-seed Diamondbacks.
Do you have that clip available, Jackson? Thank you. Play that.
Did you? No, I was just saying.
Listen, I understand anything can happen.
And not just anything can happen. Anything does happen. You go back over the last several years of World Series, and heck, we had a period there in baseball right at the time when everybody was really saying that the lack of parity in baseball, where you had 6 straight years where not only was it 6 different teams that won it, each team represented one of the 6 divisions. I think from 01 to 07, you'd have to look at that, but or 01 to 06. every division represented in the World Series as the victor. You also have the quickest integration of expansion teams. You know, it does happen once in a blue moon where a newer team in football will get to the dance a little bit earlier. But look how long the Diamondbacks were in the league before they had a World Series title. It was 5 years, 4 years. Look how quickly the Marlins got one. It was even less than that. It was 4 years. They came in 93. They won it in 97. I mean, one of the measures of how good a sport is at parity is how quickly an expansion team can be legitimately competitive and win. And we look back on that, they've done pretty well. Even the Rockies have played and won. The Rays have played and won. I mean, that's pretty good. How do you do that? You know, what's the response to that?
Well, when's the most recent expansion in the NFL? What had been handed? The Browns returned because the Ravens moved. They were the
Panthers and Jaguars. The Panthers, and both of them were in the conference championship games
in '96. The Panthers played in the championship.
Kerry
the Jags
Collins
in '99 played in.
But neither of those teams has a Super Bowl title. The Diamondbacks won it in 01. The Marlins won it in 97 and then again in 2003. You know, winning a title has to be the thing you look at to really determine if teams have a legitimate chance of winning the title. Yeah, I think these other sports have the illusion of winning a title.
Larry Thornton, who used to produce sports over at KSDK, says there is no parity in baseball. They adjusted the postseason to make it a coin flip. Do you think that has been...
I would agree with that. That would be that's literally taking the page out of what the NFL did. That's the reason why you're convinced that the NFL has better parity, because they've always had a wider playoff schedule. So I think that there's truth to what he's saying. And yet, if he looks at whoever wins the actual title, he'll recognize that the variety in baseball is way better than it is in football. It's not even close. So
I think coaching plays a huge role, too. In football, the coaches are just of paramount importance. Baseball, I think any of us could go and win a few games as a Dodgers manager. None of us could win a game as the Rams head coach.
No, I agree with that. I think being the head coach and managing a football game while it's going on is requiring just to be able to communicate to each other effectively in that kind of setting and that kind of speed is more challenging. Mm-hmm. I think a baseball manager, there are more situations that a baseball manager can prepare for ahead of time, scenarios, be ready for matchups that he knows he wants to see late in the game. I think there's a lot more prep work. I think when it comes to football, it's way more unpredictable what you might be facing in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm. Ed always enjoyed the conversation. It certainly gets people talking. Well, the people are talking. You've engaged the people. Some like it, some don't like it,
and that's my only job here. I've embraced that as
well, look, I'm mostly distracted by the fact. Do you have glasses on your wrist or no?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. What do you got going on? I can't see that in my purse.
Seeing this, my little reader, my little readers.
Readers too.
I thought, what kind of watch is it?
And then they fold into a little bracelet.
Look at that, Doug. Wow.
Yeah, this is called the Iris. It was a Shark Tank product. Wow. They're actually running some great Black Friday, Cyber Monday type sales.
YOLA.
15% off everything on the site. EYEWRIS.
Doug, that's not on the log today. The traffic, we're going to get
that down, Jack.
Oh my God. Am I doing live reads?
The title sponsor now is doing live reads for a different company. What an amazing ecosystem we have.
You know what? Because you know what? I'm out here to try to make all of your lives better. If I can do it with my legal services, that's great.
What a treat.
If I can do it by recommending a pair of reading glasses, that's fine
too.
That's
another way that life can be better.
I'm just trying to make the world better.
That's the kind of thing on the airplane, the sharper image you'd find. I wouldn't mind a pair of those.
Don't you miss the Sky Mall catalog?
Yeah, the
Wasn't
Sky
that just the
Mall,
best?
And it would be like, oh, where do you put that Scotch tumbler? Oh, look, it folds, and you can actually put it underneath the poker table. Like, I got to have one of those.
You know what you miss most from the Sky Mall catalog? It's that one ad that was so outdated of the guy that inflated that huge pillow thing so that he could, like, slump over on his chair like he was sound asleep.
Oh, yeah,
they had that same ad in that Sky Mall, and it was the same guy with the outdated porn mustache. And it looked like somebody had shot him in the back of the head, and he was out on the plane, and everyone else was just drinking their drinks like nothing horrible had just happened. We all know.
At HermanBrownandCruppen.com, 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Ed, always enjoy the conversation. Thanks so much for the time.
Take care, guys.
There he is. That's Ed Herman of Brown and Crouppen talking it over and getting the text inbox spinning like a lathe, Doug. Is that what you say?
Yeah.
You like that term? Spinning like a lathe.
Yeah.
On his perspective on the pair. We got in a debate on John Mazalek sticking around I don't even know when that would have been. I guess probably a few weeks ago. He likes to come in and give perspective that he knows will oftentimes be a minority viewpoint.
I do think in the NFL you have a better chance of winning because the money is equal. That's the parity. Now you have to go out and execute. The Lions have been incompetent. The Bears have been incompetent. Whereas I'm telling you, if the Green Bay Packers were the Brewers, their star player would be gone. Yes. Patrick Mahomes, I know they re-up Bobby Witt, so there are rare examples, but Mahomes would be a free agent if it were baseball. And he would go to the Yankees or the Dodgers. The star players would exit. His argument would be in baseball, you have that window where you do control them. And then once they kind of hit their peak, though, that's when they can leave. And those star players would not be sticking around in baseball because they can't afford them.
You have to have a perfect storm in the have-not markets. And it happened this past season in Kansas City where the young players were still under control, and they have a superstar with one of, if not the best player in the game, in Bobby Witt Jr., and then they were able to supplement the roster with a guy that we saw around here in Michael Waka, a guy that I can't imagine too many people were all that intrigued by last offseason, who pitched out of his mind, and Seth Lugo. And I feel like I'm leaving out another key acquisition. Doug, maybe it comes to your mind since we're in the same fantasy baseball league that the Royals brought in from
Pirates
outside.
Guy? That was the trade for Chapman. Who did you mention? You mentioned Lugo, Waka, and then the guy from the Pirates.
They got Amos Otis from the Mets in '69 was a steal for Joe Foy.
I think it's Amos Otis that you're thinking of, Martin. But either way, that's the perfect storm for those kinds of markets. As far as who's going to have the best record in the game, you can limit it to a handful of teams. Who's going to win the World Series? That can be a crapshoot, although you can pretty much count out 10 teams. And that is how baseball does. I agree with Larry Thornton's text about that's how they mitigate the nonsense. All right, it is, let's see what time I got here. 8:29. Oh, God, wow. 8:29 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. John Kelly going to join us as the Blues take on the Jets. That's coming your way next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. It's the holiday season, a time for family, friends, and staying cozy inside. But if your home is drafty, it's hard to stay comfortable. And with all of the gift-giving happening in this time of year, why don't you give yourself the gift of lower energy bills with new windows from Universal Windows Direct? If you act right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There is no limit. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. Plus, Universal is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years of interest-free payments, and every window is backed by a true lifetime warranty, which means coverage for as long as you own your home and an additional 20 years for the next home owner. Don't wait. Make sure your home is ready for the winter and the holidays. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit uwd.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. This is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt. And joining us right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, it is our pleasure to talk it over with John Kelly. Morning, JK.
Hey, Tim. How are you today?
Wonderful. But you're in Winnipeg, so you're in a better spot.
Well, I guess depending on your perspective. If it's 9 degrees and snow and wind, then I'm in a great spot. How's that?
Your call, yeah, you had 2 calls on Saturday night. No BS. Martin said to Jackson, hey, can you pull these calls up? That, I mean, I know, listen, you call games long enough, you're going to have some great ones. But to get 2, I mean, the save by Binnington, then I love the game-tying goal at the end of regulation. For those who didn't get a chance to hear it on Saturday night, we have the audio ready. Let's take a listen.
Going wide, in on goal, rebound, what a save by Binnington on Couturier! Call the cops, call the FBI, what a save by Binnington!
Travis Konechny drive.
Outstanding. So let's talk about that save. I mean, because the reaction across the board, across the league was, and I felt like everybody used the same name too immediately. And this wasn't like, oh, I saw somebody tweet it, so I'm going to rip it off. But you immediately, Dominic Hasek, I think Jamie Rivers said it as well. That kind of save brought that memory back.
It was incredible. I mean, you know, it's desperation, and you know, obviously, you got to get a little bit lucky that, you know, he shot the puck low instead of putting it up high. But, you know, it was an amazing save. I can't imagine a better save in the NHL this year. And we're only, a quarter into the season. It was one of the best saves I've ever seen, quite honestly.
I kind of nerded out. The NHL yesterday tweeted out saves of the week, and I scrolled through it because I'm like, they better put it in there, and they did. Do you know, John, right away, like, oh, I nailed that one, or I feel good about that call, or if you miss one, you go, I didn't quite get that. Do you know immediately?
Well, you know, you have to get lucky sometimes, and you miss some. I've used that phrase before, call the cops, and I don't know where a call the FBI came from, but it just came out of my brain. So, you know, I don't know. So, you know, like I said, you hit on some, you miss on some, whatever, but I was, you know, I just couldn't believe he made the save, quite honestly. Just like everybody else, you know, you're just thinking, okay, there's a goal. And instead, he lunges back and makes that incredible save. But it sort of typifies what Binnington is all about. He just never gives up on a play. He's such a battler. And that was just obviously a great example of how he battles and doesn't give up.
And you made reference to this as well, if I'm not mistaken, when I saw the game-winning goal in overtime, that Binnington, who obviously had a hell of a game, they get that point mainly because of his play on Saturday night, but he made the right read on that breakaway. He just barely was unable to stop it. I mean, that would have been, it might not have been as highlight reel-esque, but psychologically, the game that the two players are playing there, for him to nearly have a shot at stopping that speaks to the caliber of the game and the way he was dialed in. And I think he was especially dialed in because of the ceremony before the game and knowing that he had gotten the Blues to that point. Maybe it's the same kind of mentality that played a role in him being in a zone in Game 7 in 2019 in Boston. I don't know. I just think that's something that he possesses.
Yeah, you know, I think that's one of his biggest attributes, Tim, is that he's a big game player. And, you know, I know he was very excited for the ceremony. His mom was on the carpet along with his wife and little baby Johnny. You look at that game, and I know he allowed 3 goals, and the Blues allowed 31 shots. But I don't think he's played a better game this season. I really don't, because if you look at all the goals, the first goal is a backdoor tap in on a 2-on-1. The second goal, he lunges across, makes a brilliant save, and then Forrester gets the rebound. And then, as you said, the overtime winner, he made the right read, and it just sort of snuck in under his glove off the goalpost. So I don't know how many odd man breaks there were. I'm going to talk to the coaches this morning when we go over to the rink, but I got to say there were 5 or 6 breakaways and maybe, 3, 4, 5 other odd man breaks. I think it was his best game of the season, even though the Blues lost. They got a point, but I really do think it was his best performance.
I'm sorry. If I'm not mistaken, I think that Montgomery played Hofer in one of his first games here, didn't he? And Hofer played pretty well. You think maybe Binnington maybe stepping up his game a little, saying, wait a minute, I'm still the number one guy here?
I don't think that's really motivation, Doug. I think that he knows he's the number one guy. I mean, in a day or so, he's going to probably get named to Team Canada for the Four Nations tournament. But, internal competition is always good. It doesn't matter if you're a forward or a defenseman or a goaltender. And Joel Hofer, of course, played really well last year in New York in the Ranger game in Monty's first game. And I wouldn't be shocked if Hofer plays tonight. He's from Winnipeg. We'll find out. I don't know if Monty addressed that after practice the other day. I don't think he did. But, that was the strength of the Blues team last year. A big reason why they were able to get 92 points was their goaltending. And I think it's still a strength. They haven't been statistically as good as they were a year ago, but, 2 games where you let in 8 goals in Ottawa and Washington, that's going to hurt your stats, right? It's going to take a while to recover. But the Blues have 2 really good goaltenders, and I don't think Jordan needs any kind of motivation. He's motivated enough.
And Tim mentioned the JK call. This was in the final 20 seconds there. Power play, Blues desperate to tie it, and they do.
To the back for Thomas. Now Shen again. Shen waiting. In front. Kyler right on rebound. Falk tips it. They score! Maybe Gamers. I don't know. I don't care. It's tied.
I love that.
I loved it.
Because honestly, how do you in that moment there? Because Falk had shot it, and it was just kind of laying there. And that, you know what John did? He painted the picture, Tim. We don't know. I didn't know who scored. Perfectly called.
Well, you know what, guys? I learned a long time ago, and I still make this mistake. When you start guessing on rebounds or tips, you're wrong a lot of the time. So you're better off not guessing, and that way, and on that call, I sort of covered all my bases, I think. Because the last thing you want to say is folks tied the game with 20 seconds left, and guess what? It's not his goal. I've done it before. I'll do it again, but experience helps, and you try to not do that and not guess in a situation like that.
John, are they still struggling in Winnipeg with attendance? I mean, it's a great team. Obviously, they started this year 15-1. I know over the last couple of years there was a lot of talk about season ticket base going way down. What are you hearing about the Jets' support there?
Well, this is our first game this season in Winnipeg, but I do know that the attendance has been off a little bit. They've been around now for, 20 years almost, and for the first 10 or 12 years it was an automatic sellout. But talking to some of their broadcasters and media last year, some of the fans were upset with the way they were treated by, the team in terms of if you want to move seats or things like that, or I don't know if it was price was a factor or not. So attendance was down a bit. They did lose in the first round, but they're a heck of a team. They're 18-7, and the building only seats, I'm going to say 15,500 or 16 at the most. It's not a really big building, so they should be selling out. But I'm not sure exactly what the numbers are in the last month or so. They're just back from a 6-game road trip. But attendance aside, this is a really good team. With maybe the best goaltender in the world in Connor Hellebuck. He's certainly up there, top 3 in the world. They're definitely a Stanley Cup contender.
Seems like a few years ago you make that trip to Western Canada, there was some points to be had, but now all 4 of those teams are really solid, aren't they?
Yeah, this is a tough trip, and the Blues come in here right tonight, 11-12-2. If they could go 500 on the trip, it would be pretty good. If they could do anything better than that, I think it would be really good. If they could hover around, the 500 mark here in the next week or so, and then hopefully go on a run at some point, because it's going to take, at least 10 games over 500 to make the playoffs, probably more than that. So you have to avoid long losing streaks, and so far under Monty, they've gone 2-0-1. But no mistake, this is going to be maybe the toughest trip of the season when you consider the competition of Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver. It's going to be difficult.
And then the thing is, you get the Sharks when you come home, but you got Dallas, and then you come home, you got the Rangers, Devils, and then Lightning and Panthers. This is a relentless stretch for the Blues, and I gather we're going to know a whole lot more about the team's prospects in the short term by what takes place over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mentioned, hover around 500 for the next week. I think if you just mentioned all those games, Tim, and they wrap up their pre-Christmas schedule with a game in Detroit on December 23rd, if they could hit the Christmas break, maybe 2 or 3 over 500 with all those tough games, that would be fantastic. And who knows? But the good news is the Blues are getting healthier. They got Broberg back. the other night after missing 12 games. And Nick Leddy was on the plane yesterday to Winnipeg. I'm not sure of, his status when he might play, but the good news is he is skating, and they'd love to get Nick Leddy back as well. So that is one real positive, is that they're getting healthy.
The very least, it has been fun to watch, and people are certainly re-engaged with Jim Montgomery, and it was fun, even though they only picked up a point on Saturday night. We'll see how they play against one of the league's best, a team on a 3-game skid, but still, the start the Jets had, the Blues will put them to the test tonight in Manitoba. John Kelly with us every Tuesday here on TMA. John, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much, man.
Okay, we'll talk to you next Tuesday, guys.
Thanks, John. That's John Kelly with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. Doug, you want to guess where I was trolling on Saturday?
Where you were trolling. Were you in the mood for some frozen yogurt?
No.
Oh. Can I have initials where you were trolling?
I was on the south side.
You were on the lookout for ice cream.
That's right. Frozen custard, to be specific.
Frozen custard. Not yogurt. Custard.
I've never seen you more upset at yourself.
No, this is the most upset I've ever been. Frozen custard.
Ted Drew's frozen custard.
That's better than frozen yogurt. Frozen yogurt sounds terrible.
Well, you were the one who thought I was out looking for it.
Yeah, I thought you might be.
Ted Drew's frozen custard. And not only can you enjoy the frozen custard, but you also can enjoy the Christmas trees at Ted Drew's. Visit Ted Drew's on Chippewa for the perfect combination. Frozen custard and Christmas trees. Enjoy Ted's delicious custard while browsing among beautiful, fragrant fir and pine trees. There is a wide selection available. Growing up, I don't even know if I grew up a mile away from Ted Drew's. That's where we would get our Christmas trees, including plenty of large trees standing over 8 feet tall. The finest trees are given the label of a Dottie tree named after Ted's wife. Ted Drew's was founded on the principle, our business is service. The staff at Ted Drew's will help you select your tree, carry it to your vehicle, and even secure it for the ride home. Ted Drew's also offers a variety of holiday greenery. You like that term, holiday greenery?
I don't mind it. I'll let it go.
Including beautiful wreaths with handmade bows and pine roping, too. I know you like gold piping. How do you feel about pine roping?
I don't like the pine roping.
Okay, that's we'll let Ted Drew's know that they're going to have to pull that from the copy.
Okay.
Impress your family and friends with Ted Drew's at home. They sell it by the quart. Ted's delicious custard pairs perfectly with your favorite holiday treats. And right now, a limited time offer for our listeners: buy 3 quarts and get a jumbo container of toppings for free at Ted Drew's. It's Ted Drew's on Chippewa, online at teddrews.com. So there it is, Ted Drew's, loyal sponsor of TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Luther Burden has announced his plans. No surprise, he is moving on. What will that look like for Missouri, and what does Eli Drinkwitz have to say about his legacy in Columbia? That coming your way next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Celtics defeat the Miami Heat last night 108-89. Pritch better have my money. Peyton Pritchard with 25 points off the bench. Peyton Pritchard, 25 points. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, did I just hear Pritch better have my money? Is that what I heard in the SportsCenter update?
Yeah. How many people do you think understood what that meant?
I've been waiting ever since I heard them say that on the Boston radio call featuring Brian Scalabrine.
What?
Peyton Pritchard made a big three. And the announcer screamed, "Pritch better have my money." And I thought that was genius.
What does it mean?
And that's a tribute, you would think, to Rihanna, but really, I think it was AMG in 1991.
I don't know the years, Tim. I just think.
Did they perform at the Crestwood Mall? Or am I thinking of the PFG?
It's the PFG. AMG actually legitimately had a track titled something similar to Pritch better have my money.
Yeah, so that was an allusion to that, and I've been waiting for Peyton Pritchard to do something meaningful.
So that will be on your resume reel.
It might be. Wait till, I got more where that came from.
For the 636, 10 out of 10, Jackson.
Wow, they're coming to your support after a dreadful 7 o'clock hour.
Listen, it's not going to be for everybody, but for those who are in the know will love it. So I think that yields more than just trying to appeal to the masses. I'm not a masses guy.
Boy, then Tim right away. OMG, Libby Jack SportsCenter updates are so bad. Jesus, bring back Prod Joe already.
Oh, no. Prod Joe would like to come back with his landing strip.
That'd be fun. He'd stop in.
You like a good landing strip.
I like Prod Joe.
You can like both.
Yeah, I'm not against the landing strip. It's a little odd.
On Joe?
It's a little odd. It's a little odd to carve any real shape with your body hair. Oh, there's a lot of.
It seems like you're kink shaming.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's kink shaming.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying I'm totally against it. I just think body hair is not a way to express yourself.
That's kink shaming.
Facial hair, yes. Body hair.
Are you happy I brought the beard back?
Yes. Oh, I don't want to talk about it because it's like a perfect game. Like you just kind of want to.
Doug, do you have a problem?
You don't want to draw attention to
If you talk about it, some hair might start to fall out or something?
No.
That already happened around 95.
You might shave it. I don't want him to shave it.
My wife hasn't said anything about it. She is not a fan.
Sure.
She might be in the car with the 2-year-old right now. I might get a text about it, and this might be how it's expressed. But yeah, but it grows pretty quickly.
Mommy, what's a landing strip? Yeah. Oh, okay, check. Back to 99.
That's an easy answer. Every time you fly on a plane, you land. That's the land on the landing strip.
See Horton Watkins.
You don't have to give the other meaning.
What time is it?
Due time.
Due time.
Thank you.
You can call in, talk it over with Chairman Curtin.
Nobody's called.
No, we have had calls. I just haven't gotten to them. What was it, Steve from Festus? And you were excited about that one. And then it's like watching Mike Bush do the Labor Day telethon. We bring up the phone numbers, and then I look over, and then he's on the phone banks. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone line.
Please call. Please join us. Please be part of this.
It's your show.
Well, Martin was doing the Labor Day telethon, which was at Crestwood Mall, for the record.
Was it?
It was. I used to visit it. I couldn't wait to go to see the Labor Day telethon.
And look at this sick little boy. No, that's Tim McKernan. He's fine.
He's fine. He's just a little undersized. Luther Burden has made it official. He is not going to stick around for another year. Everybody, I think, understood that was going to be the plan. And Eli Drinkwitz talked about the legacy of Luther Burden. I haven't heard this, so I'm anxious to hear what he has to say.
The story of Luther Burden's not going to be the one catch that if he doesn't make today, we don't win. It's going to be the monumental decision he made to come to the University of Missouri when nobody else thought he should. And his trajectory to change the program, as much as these seniors, for Luther Burden to choose to come here. There's numerous plays. He's one of the best players, if not the best player to ever come to the University of Missouri. And for him to make that decision, change the trajectory of my career and our program. And so that's what's going to be remembered about Luther Burden. I'm not worried about today's game. This is a legacy deal. Same thing with a lot of different players. I mean, there was 6 inches of snow today. Like, you're not always going to be able to figure out how to do some of those things. So that's not the story. The story is the legacy that he leaves. the University of Missouri by choosing to come here, and I'm super proud of him.
I apologize. I was under the impression there was a new comment that was clearly following the win on Saturday. That is my fault. The greater premise, though, he didn't talk about the game on Saturday. There wouldn't be a whole lot to talk about from the game on Saturday, 2-point conversion catch. But overall, the decision. Do you see it that way? I appreciate the perspective. I didn't necessarily see it that way with Luther Burden. I think he's going to wind up being incredible in the NFL. I think he's going to be incredible in the NFL. But I don't necessarily look at his time in Columbia as being as demonstrative perhaps as you would think. And it's not a shot at him. He was a part of a great team last year and a huge part of it. Maybe if they would have held on against South Carolina, which perhaps is unfair, that catch I think lives more in history, like the Pools-Lidge home run, kind of weirdly since they wound up losing that series. I don't know. What do you think, Mark?
Well, it seemed like he was asked, Luther's final game was where they're underwhelming. Like they must have asked a question, are you disappointed Luther didn't get it more? Because he referenced the conditions, and I don't care about today's game. So the question obviously was about his finale not being all that exciting. I think he's correct. I like that answer in terms of not the impact on the field. I think we all thought there was more there, that he could have had bigger numbers, especially this year. And a lot of folks have said it, get him the ball anyway, anyhow. But I think him committing to Mizzou at a time, Drink had been there 2 years. This is the fall of 2021. I think you need guys like that. And then all of a sudden the portal kids are interested. Other recruits say, sure, I'll go there. I think it's significant. Kind of like the MPJ, even though Michael Porter Jr. didn't play much for Mizzou. All of a sudden, they had instant credibility. Didn't have the staying power. I think Drinkwitz is hoping this is more staying power. But I think other kids that are 18, 17 are influenced by that. When a 5-star that could go to Georgia or Alabama picks Mizzou. I pick on Drinkwitz a lot for some of the comments. I actually thought that was a great answer about Burden's impact, even though I wish they would have allowed him or found a way for him to do more on the field.
Yeah. Certainly, he was Drinkwitz's prize recruit that he ever landed. The best player to ever go to Missouri, I don't know about that. Certainly not the best to play at Missouri. Maybe in the pros he'll become, but I guess the best to ever play at Missouri, Chase Daniel has to be right up there as a Heisman finalist.
If you're looking at impactful players in the last quarter century, it would be the Daniel, Macklin. I think Denario, even though he was hurt and wasn't able to really convert it, he had a great game against the Chargers for the Rams, but professionally he was just hurt.
Yeah, professionally it'd be Kellen Winslow and Roger Worley, maybe Mel Gray.
I think he is saying the best player, like especially what you'll see next. Maybe that'll validate what he's saying. I don't think it's the best Mizzou career.
Right.
No.
And I don't even think Luther Burden himself would say that. His ability with the ball after the catch at times this year blew me away. There was a play recently against Mississippi State. There was a play that was critical, as it turned out, against Boston College. That ability translates. You were talking yesterday, it might have been off air, Martin. Blaine Gabbert had the measurables, which made him attractive in the 10th overall pick to the Jaguars. Luther Burden, I don't know if it's necessarily measurables. You're going to have receivers with greater size, but his ability, once he has the ball in his hands, I haven't seen too much like that ever at the University of Missouri.
His footwork is unbelievable. Footwork and balance. There was times where he would catch the ball and someone would try to light him up. He'd stay right on his feet. He'd catch the ball, stop on a dime, sprint the other direction just as fast as he stopped. You're right. It's when he gets the ball in his hand. It's like a Deebo Samuel is a similar comp to him, and I think the NFL has gotten wiser on how to use guys like that. I mean, we joke about Tavon Austin, but they didn't really know how to use guys like Tavon Austin back then. Certainly not running him up the middle or running him on fade routes was the play, but you see what they've done with Tyreek Hill, and that's a similar comp to someone like Tavon. So they have more creativity in the pros. I could see him being one of the best pros Mizzou's ever produced.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. But a number of people are texting in that they were kind of underwhelmed by his career at Missouri. And I do understand that. I don't think that's a shot at Burden. In a way, it can be a shot at not getting the ball in his hands enough.
Well, I think there's a legitimate critique of Kirby Moore and the offensive staff. How do you not find a way? As we saw, you just put it up there. Sometimes he would get it. I think his legacy is that he was pretty clutch. Like when they had to get the catch against Florida, South Carolina, the Vandy touchdown. I mean, big moments it was obvious Brady Cook was going to him, and more times than not, he came down with
that South Carolina play. I mean, for real, if they win that game, and I'm not even going to, they'd be in the mix for the college football playoff rankings, because I do not believe they would have been, and I'm not going to move off of that perspective. We'll, of course, never know. But just from the perspective of winning the game like that, and again, that was a ridiculous catch. It wasn't just a 4th and 5. It was a ridiculous catch. I mean, my goodness, that was so incredible. But because of what happened over the next 90 seconds of game time, it kind of flies under the radar relative to how incredible the actual play was, both from a throw perspective and the Burden catch.
But how do you explain the Arkansas game where he doesn't have a touch until there's 3.5 minutes left in the third quarter? Apparently he can't. I guess either he can't beat double coverage, or the quarterback refuses to throw to him, or the offensive coordinator is so incompetent he can't figure out a way to get the ball in the hands of your best player.
I think part of it, and the Arkansas game in particular, snow is obviously going to be a factor in that. And maybe this is being even Tiger nationalists are overly optimistic, but when you have a guy who's that talented, he's going to take a lot of the defensive pressure, and so Theo Weiss, who probably outpaced him in receptions, has a lot to thank Luther Burden for. If you have a powerful, potent 1-2 combo, the 2 is often going to get a lot of looks.
Isn't it absolutely unacceptable not to get the ball in the hands of your best player?
I'm not saying that they did a great job in getting him the ball as much as they could. I would give him more.
This is an astute observation. Larry Thornton having a big Fisher window and door story, 8 o'clock hour. He's battling you, Jackson.
Maybe he's the listener of the month.
Yeah. I
mean, got to sign up.
TMASTL.com, Larry Thornton, and he doesn't even use an anonymous name, too.
Yeah,
he produced at KSTK in the sports department. He said, I will never understand why they always tried to force Burden as a deep threat. I covered all of his high school games. His greatness is catching a 2-yard pass and then turning it into a touchdown. Like the run game, keep feeding it and one will pop. That's Larry Thornton. I think that's a hell of an observation. And he's a big Missouri fan, and he watched him in high school.
Will Franklin coached Luther Burden when he was growing up, like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He said we'd line him up a running back, tight end, punt return, kick return. And granted, it's a different game. We're talking about kids where the difference in talent is probably just huge. But I think the main point was he said Deebo Samuel on Fox 2 when he said if you want to look at a way to get him involved, find a way, be creative. I think they could have done a better job. Remember in 2022, I think Drinkwitz even said at a press conference, "Daggum crud, my wife said, why aren't you letting him return punts?" And we were all thinking, yeah, we wanted the same thing. Like, why wouldn't you? I think there's no doubt they could have been more creative, find a way, line them up in the back, but whatever. I mean, anything.
How could you do a worse job than they did? By not getting the ball an entire half of a game and he doesn't touch the ball? How could you do a worse job than that?
Doug's looking at you, Jackson.
I am not Kirby Moore.
Are you Tiger Nash?
If I could call in, I would have him touch it way more.
It should be astonishing. Imagine how happy the Tigers would be if every time they played the other team, they never gave the ball to the best player that they had.
I'm with you. I wish that they would have made it to the playoff because I think that it's almost like an Arnau situation where you had this awesome player and you really didn't capitalize on it to the fullest extent. Leaves you a little unsatisfied.
But I
am unsatisfied.
But how many?
We don't want that.
How many big-time Mizzou recruits just go totally sideways? It just didn't work out. DGB, I believe, was the highest rated ever. Yeah. I think Luther was number 2 since they started doing these sort of rankings. Even Michael Porter Jr. There's always been so much letdown. I'm grateful that didn't happen. I know that's a low bar, but he had a very good Mizzou career. I think when Drinkwitz is saying, and I'll be the last guy to carry Drinkwitz's water. I'm more than critical of his coaching and some of his little cutesy games and things, but I think in this sense, he's right that he may end up being the best player we've seen go through. I just don't think it's the best Mizzou career.
No,
I will say, I bet his highlight tape is up there against any Mizzou player. Like, what plays at Mizzou. The times where he was great, he was clearly the best player on the field.
He'd be up there with Brad Smith and
B.D. Smith.
And Macklin, I guess.
Better than John Score's resume tape?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. John Scores, Milagro Tequila, listener of the month for November. You can sign up, Larry Thornton, TMASTL.com. And if so, assuming a lady doesn't call in over the next 25 days, you will be the listener of the month at TMASTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Call in. Chairman Kurt takes the calls. And you get on the Collier and Thompson phone lines or email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at Inside STL.com. That is brought to you by Design Air. Doug, I was driving in this morning. 26 degrees. Sweet mother of mercy.
Little chilly. That'll freeze the yogurt.
That'll freeze the yogurt. That's exactly what it'll do. But if you run into an issue with your heating system, there is an easy solution. It's designairservice.com and Seth Goldcamp, the longest running sponsor on the Morning After, and we're talking about a decade with the show. I'm a client, Doug is a client, and Martin is a client as well, so we speak firsthand to our experiences with the staff and with Seth at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Any issues you run into, it is super simple, and you are immediately chatting with someone when you go to designairservice.com. Seth is fourth generation, and he prides himself on carrying on the tradition of his great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father, and that is, we're going to fix it, we're going to tell you what's wrong, and then there's not going to be any upselling, and you can count on that. How nice is it to know that you can count on that when you're dealing with what could be a really significant problem in a St. Louis winter, and certainly a significant expense. It's online at designairservice.com. This program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Yeah. Yeah. You like this beat?
Well, it's not really, no.
Jeez.
It's kind of lame, isn't it?
Jackson, why are you playing lame beats?
Sounds like they're warming up.
I'll be better.
Was this playing in Coach Pittman's box with the lights dimmed down?
I hope. God, I'd love to be a fly on the wall of that box.
In the YouTube chat, Martin's Dangly Bit says, don't worry, Jackson, I got your back. I'll get the stories breaking. Hey, you guys let listeners work there, right? There's a history. I can be your breaking internet story producer. Hell, Jackson isn't prep. Hot Mike, you guys are on YouTube. Don't curse. LOL.
What?
Were our mics on during the commercial break?
No. Not to my knowledge. The mics were off.
No, we didn't say anything. Did we?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I usually flirt with one of the guys in here during a break.
Yeah, we keep that on the down low.
Right, so that might have just been...
Is there text in the text line? I would certainly tell you if there was.
Jackson, are you having a problem with...
Are we in 8-4 segment right now? Is that what this is?
Yeah. Making sure it wasn't mics weren't hot. It's my worst nightmare.
Just clarifying.
Boy.
I think he was talking about the
video was on in the YouTube chat, but the audio wasn't.
No, I think he was saying that because you couldn't hear the music because it's out of aux.
All right.
I think. Boy, I hope. But I mean, I would think I would know if the mics were on.
I'll be honest with you. I might be way more interested in this than the average person. But I'll float a trial balloon, Martin.
Okay.
You got the Blues and you got the Jets tonight. John Kelly was with us in the Fisher Window and Door Story 8 o'clock hour. And if you missed it, you can go back and podcast. Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app, TMA STL app, also presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. That Jason Gosrow does wonderful work at SchaeferDoor.com. But I have diversified some, I call them investments, in a wide variety of long shot teams to win the college football playoff national championship, including the South Carolina Gamecocks, including the Clemson Tigers, including the UNLV Running Rebels, Ole Miss Hotty Toddy Rebels. And I am curious who you think will be ranked higher this evening, as in closer to getting into the college football playoff of the three. Hotty Toddy, good gosh almighty, Gamecock, Doug, you call him Cocky?
I don't really.
And Roll Damn Tide. Do you think that Roll Tide will maintain its position, or do you think one of the other three-loss SEC teams will pass Roll Tide? We will find out in less than 12 hours.
That is funny. That is a good time. Good times.
I think Bama. We know it's
Martin. I don't have any investment on Roll Tide.
I'm just saying, in that room where we don't quite know what the metric is, nobody quite knows. Should we win by 66-0? What are you supposed to do?
Betty.
I think
James Franklin on the final play, a fourth down with 5 seconds left against Mike Loxley's Maryland Terrapins.
Do you agree with me that in that room, some way, somehow, the Bama brand just kind of carries a little weight?
I do. That is kind of my conspiracy
that's right or wrong,
theory.
right?
I actually, even though the one that I kind of think has the highest upside and I want to see, and I was a total non-believer 5 days ago, is South Carolina, I think the one that you make the best case for is Ole Miss. I think that you agree with me, Chairman Kurt. Do you agree with me because you agree with me, or do you agree with me because of the alliance?
No, I just, unfortunately, as much as I'd like to see South Carolina, who's playing as good as anybody, get in there, I think the head-to-head is going to mean something.
So it has to be Ole Miss or Alabama? And then if that's the case, I don't really know how it's not Ole Miss.
Oh, it'll absolutely be Alabama.
But
they're not going to pass on Alabama. If it's a toss-up, it's going to go to Alabama.
And that's just because the Alabama brand, which is what Martin was saying.
Sure.
What do you think, Jackson?
I think what should happen is Ole Miss and South Carolina passing Alabama.
Wow.
What I think will happen is only South Carolina will do it.
What is your wow?
Yeah. Because the
hold on, that's a lot going on there.
There's a lot there. You think both Ole Miss and Alabama, or Ole Miss and South Carolina, are going to pass Alabama? Wow, I like to hear it. I'm invested. And then you think only South Carolina is going to get in.
And they lost to both Ole Miss and Alabama.
Yes, and I think it's this recency bias thing. Like, they beat South Carolina, they beat Clemson. The most recent game they've played is beating Clemson on the tail end of winning 6 in a row, and that's going to be the recency bias. They're going to say this is a better team that we've seen, and it's going to cause all chaos because Ole Miss has a real gripe. Alabama, a little less of a gripe. They only held on by 2 points to South Carolina at Tuscaloosa. Ole Miss went to Willie B and rolled them. So, yeah, I think that's going to happen. I think all chaos is going to break loose because Ole Miss has a big beef with that. And I think rightfully so.
Okay, I understand that because you can make a case. I'm in a text group with a bunch of guys I went to Missouri with, including the Colonel, and I said, I can see there being chaos, and in his mind, it's going to be Alabama, and it's the head-to-head thing, and I understand that, and then I present the fact that BYU and SMU had the same records 2 weeks ago, and BYU went to SMU and won, so they have shown a precedent. This committee, last year's committee is a different committee. They change every year, so they have shown a precedent to not, I don't want to say dismiss the head-to-head, but we have a case study with 2 top 15 teams at the time in BYU and SMU, and they put SMU ahead of them. But for them to put South Carolina in over both Ole Miss and Alabama, while I would love to see it, I would really be surprised by that. So that's what you think the direction they're going to go. That's bold.
Here's my question.
I'm taking questions. Doug is not. Martin, have you decided if you'll take?
I'll take questions.
Nice.
Sweet. So the CFP does rankings each week starting around week 9-ish. If I'm being a little off there, I apologize. Don't you think that for their final rankings, the actual selection, they will think a little bit differently than they did the first couple weeks of the CFP rankings?
Again, I don't want to say the committee because they're different year to year, but there was a famous one. I think it involved TCU and Baylor a decade ago.
Okay.
And they were in the top 4, and then they both got blown out in the final one. And they're just kind of sitting there going, what in the hell happened? That's why I'm not as sure about an SMU. I think Kurt Cignetti may have been aware of that and was like, okay, we happen to be playing the worst Power 4 team out there. It's snowing in Bloomington. It doesn't matter. We are going to put it on them and leave no doubt, which is why I loved gambling on that. Doug, you were thinking along those lines with Arizona State and Arizona. We saw what happened with James Franklin and Mike Loxley at the end of the Penn State game. Teams are trying to control everything they can and run it up because of that uncertainty. I really just don't know what the criteria is. That's why anytime you get a group of people together and you close a door, you have no idea what they're going to do. And so therefore, I agree with where you guys are coming from, Martin and Doug, that you go, okay, Alabama's the default brand. They're the biggest brand. South Carolina's in the same class as Missouri as far as a brand goes nationally. Yeah. But then if you go, well, who's playing the best right now? I don't know how somebody would argue against South Carolina. Maybe they would argue, I guess, perhaps for Ole Miss.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss has a real.
I think you can make a case, but I mean, 2 weeks ago they did lose to Florida. The issue is Florida's a totally different team than they were in the first 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
But as far as a brand goes and head-to-head, that's going to favor Alabama. But brand certainly, quote, shouldn't be in the factor.
Here's what I want.
Chairman Kurt, you want to jump in on that?
I'm just curious. Do you think if everything was the same with records and who played who and who beat who, the only thing that was different was Nick Saban was still the coach at Alabama? And not.
I think I get where you're coming from, and I think that adds to the brand and the mystique, and I think that increases the percentages. Yeah,
and they'd be afraid to tick off Nick Saban.
Yeah.
I think South Carolina. How do you argue if you lost Ole Miss and you lost Alabama? And I know that's your question: is it the wins or the losses, the quality? But that's
who's playing the best. Yeah. I get it, and that's the thing. When I was having this text exchange with my buddies, I said, I get the head-to-head. I'm not disputing that. I would value that. I cite, I'm sure there's other examples of this, but one that was famous. I mean, you have to be of a certain age to remember it. It was at the time called the Game of the Century with Charlie Ward, who was a Heisman Trophy winner for Florida State. They were undefeated. Notre Dame was undefeated. Notre Dame beat Florida State. The following week, they lose on a last-second field goal to Boston College, and then Florida State gets to go play for the national championship, and Notre Dame is relegated to, I think, the Cotton Bowl. And Lou Holtz is like, I don't get it. But it's like you lost at the end of the season and becomes prisoner of the moment.
Big time, man. That's what confuses me the most.
Lenora Sellers and Cam Ward, I wouldn't bet against either one of them. I would love to see, like, Miami play Texas, even though I think Texas is the most superior team. They might have a tough time keeping up with Miami's scoring. And just because they are able to do it, Miami can't stop a soul defensively, as we saw with Syracuse. I don't expect, nor do I think Miami should get in. But, man, you would have all hell break loose if South Carolina were to pass Alabama and Ole Miss tonight. Ooh, cats and dogs. And that's what you think's going to happen.
Yeah.
Wow. Jackson Burkett.
Yeah, I think
you're going Orlowski on me?
Are you take?
Yeah, you taking, bro?
Let me put on the oven mitts if the takes
the
this hot.
group oven mitts.
Yeah.
We got to.
I don't want to get burned.
Look at you, Stephen A.
I think they're trying to change the narrative, and by punishing, quote unquote, punishing a team like Alabama.
But why wouldn't they have done it last week after the 24-3 loss?
Because I think these pre-CFP selection rankings are smoke and mirrors. I think that they do it for the TV show element, and I think once they actually pick the 12 teams, everything kind of changes. They look at things differently. I think they think of the rankings before that as inconsequential.
South Carolina they've won 6 in a row. They lost at Alabama by 2. They lost at LSU by 3.
They lost at home by
they got beat bad by Ole Miss.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's the issue.
That's
but they're a couple field goals away from being 11-1 and probably ranked 2 or 3 in the country.
For those who did not watch those games, I happen to just consume as much college football as possible. They truly were banged against LSU. Now, if this were Missouri, people are like, oh, you're a Missouri fan, that's why you're saying it. It was bad, and I had no financial or emotional investment at all. It was really bad. It was odd, and it wasn't just one call either. It was, and I'm not saying it was a conspiracy. I'm just saying they got banged, and they still had a field goal to win it at the end, and it was a backup kicker. Plus, and this is something the committee could use, Lenora Sellers got hurt in that game, and we've now seen who he is. But who he is now is different than who he was in September.
Scares the hell out of me.
And he also was hurt coming off of the injury. His first game back was the loss to Ole Miss. So if Ward Manuel is cross-examined by Reese Davis tonight, should your prediction take place, which I would love to see, by the way, then you will have, and then what that's going to do is, that's going to get Missouri fans going absolutely bad crap.
Yeah.
Because then, and poor Gabe, who said the playoff is over now that they've lost to Alabama, and I share his opinion on it. I just don't have to deal with the message board of Missouri fans. Then be like, oh my God, had Missouri stopped Lenora Sellers on that final drive, Missouri would be in the college football playoff right now. Jackson just closed his eyes like he went to a painful place.
That's all I want. I want some glory.
You got Cal tonight in basketball.
Yeah, Dennis Gates' alma mater.
Yeah, brick by brick.
Wow, he doesn't sound invested, does he?
The good news is there's no silly college basketball game that's going to preempt this playoff ranking show tonight.
That happened last week, Memphis game. I was actually watching that because I was looking forward to the college football playoff rankings. Well, now that I've diversified, I'm invested, and I really would love to see South Carolina play. I want to see these Big Ten and SEC schools play. Yeah. One SEC school will have to go north, one in Big Ten school will have to go south. I think you're going to see probably Indiana and Tennessee do battle somewhere. I would think maybe Ohio State and Tennessee.
Notre Dame will be hosting somebody.
Notre Dame is definitely hosting.
Yeah.
Will Marcus Freeman be the coach then? There's a little buzz now in Columbus about Marcus Freeman. I brought that up yesterday.
Is
and
it
now
buzz?
There's a little buzz. Caller buzz.
Okay.
They want Vrabel, and if they can't get Vrabel, then get Marcus Freeman, who played at Ohio State and has the Fighting Irish on a run ever since the most confusing loss in recent memory, the Northern Illinois loss.
What would it be if they would have lost Northern Illinois 2 weeks ago? Are they in the CFP?
Yeah, I think so, but
they still only have one loss.
They still only have one loss. Their schedule is not glamorous. It's better than Indiana's and SMU's. I don't understand how SMU's just kind of like, if you're going to be scrutinizing Indiana's schedule, I don't understand how SMU's doesn't get scrutinized.
I have some on that later.
How much later?
What are you saying that
for? It's 9:23.
Is this on your NBA show?
Put the mitts back on.
11:15. We'll get to
more on that later.
I got more on that.
Would you leave Notre Dame for Ohio State, knowing, even though he's got the history, just knowing how fanatical that, like, you lose to Michigan next year, they might want you fired?
Well, he's getting talked about also for the Bears job. You know, Kevin Warren and the ties there. He's getting talked about for the Bears job. So you got that.
I think about the Bears job.
Would you really?
NFL coach, demand. Well, I guess he's already making 7, 8, 9. They're all making the same amount.
Yeah, right? And you can control your players as a college coach. You can control who you get. You can't so much in the NFL.
Maybe 5 years ago, I think one of the reasons Saban left is he's like, it doesn't matter. These guys are gone. They're free agents every year.
But you can still recruit them.
But you're recruiting 365 days of the year. Yeah. Not only other players, but your own players. That would be what would
be attractive to
about
me.
The NFL.
About the NFL.
To get away from that.
To get away from this nonsense.
You get an off-season with the NFL. You get no off-season. The real season starts after the college football season.
No. It's a legit.
Bears or Buckeyes? What should he do? Jackson will tell you later.
Get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. And you're welcome to participate in the YouTube chat where Jackson's drop auditor says, I tear up thinking about a Dear Deidre being read on air. I better listen to the Skelly. Jackson, do you have a Dear Deidre to read on the air?
I can shoot you one.
Okay. There you go.
Can you?
Yeah, sure.
Dear Deidre's back in TMA used to be castigated, and now they're romanticized. Ah, Doug, glory days. It's a harsh, harsh mistress. It's just the nature of the beast, though, isn't it, Jackson?
Indeed, indeed.
Kind of like the Linehan era. Like now we talk about it in glowing terms.
I thought in the moment.
We miss Scott Linehan. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. And Jackson will have something more on SMU and Indiana coming up later.
In general.
Huh.
Really good.
Tease.
I hate tweet
Martin.
threads, but
some
guy did a really good one. Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. You better believe
The
it.
Alliance is follow through. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. I'm talking about Stewie, and we love on this program when somebody or some business makes themselves accessible to the audience. You can't do any better than giving out your own personal cell phone number, and that's what Stewie does. Here's his number, 314-324-4440. He called me a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, that's the number. This is you're not just making it up like you have some separate number. No. This is the number. So if you are someone who is looking to purchase a home or refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go with any of these things, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He will help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he'll get you to the closing table fast. How about 10 days? And he'll get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the bagel loan that can help you out too. Google the bagel loan. What is the bagel loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. I met with Stewie. He explained how that whole process works, why he is able to do it, and why others are not. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. Doug, I'm going to give you Sadie Hawkins right here and right now.
Okay, what would that be?
Dear Deidre, if Jackson's awful dossier wants it, I'll do it. That's one choice. The golden at-bat rule that Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred said they are considering.
Yeah.
And Jameis is famous. Jackson's favorite soundbite next to Fran.
Oh, Fran Brown. Bud tied for first there.
And Jameis went off last night with 497 yards?
460. Yeah. It was the ultimate Jameis Winston experience. 460 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, 3 picks.
I think it was 497. Was it
really? I thought 460. Yeah. I thought I saw
maybe
460.
He'll take a written apology. That'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I can
issue one to your family.
I have terrible handwriting.
I have one of my compadres, Jackson knows him well. He really enjoys wagering.
497.
Thank you. The apology will be on my desk tomorrow morning. The gentleman texted me last night, like 5 minutes before the game. Nick Chubb, anytime touchdown, it paid like plus 170, and then it was like plus 340. Nick Chubb, 2 touchdowns, and I'm like, I'll roll with you. I'll fire a little something on it, and I went to bed. I don't know. And I wake up and he had sent me a gif of like an eagle flying or something. Like, I guess he got in the end zone. Thank goodness. But apparently a lot of people did. Jerry Jeudy went off on his former team. And I guess this would fall into the bad beat category because while the Browns were losing, they were still covering until Jameis is famous had another pick 6. And then the Broncos wound up covering. And for those of you who were in the hole over the weekend, I've been there, and then you go, I'm going to go double or nothing on Monday Night Football. And if you had the Browns, you have my sympathy. And if you had the Broncos, you got out of it. But you need to catch yourself on this. You don't want to be in a spot where you're going double or nothing. On Monday Night Football and the effing Broncos and Browns, especially when you're leveraged by Jameis Winston's wide delta. Doug, Jameis Winston's wide delta.
Right, he's got a wide one. And he had some funny sound bites when it was over, right?
Very funny.
I also think, to Tim's point, there is help out there. You don't have to gamble on Monday Night Football when it's the Broncos and the Browns.
The Broncos donning white helmets, by the way.
I didn't like it. That's not them. That's not them.
Did you do this on your Jackson's Uni-Watch?
Uniform Jack. I did have someone call for it, and I was doing something else. But I did, so I couldn't get to it. I feel bad. But I'll do it right here. Didn't hate them, but overall is nonplussed.
Stop saying nonplussed.
I didn't think they were great. I preferred that over a Navy helmet with already all Navy look. I think the white helmet looked better. I like people trying stuff. I never liked the Packer trying. Let me get to this Jameis audio.
Okay,
waffling over here.
Frustration.
Bad one.
Okay.
I am a better player. But in times like this, it's an opportunity to continue to glorify the Lord even through the toughest circumstances. I know I'm better than this. I know I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick 6s. Like that's not me. Like a phenomenal game, offense, do some great things, but I messed it up.
Wow, way to own it.
He's
Deliver me from pick 6.
He's automatic offense on the field and off the field.
2 pick 6s in the game, despite throwing for nearly 500 yards.
He threw a bad interception in the end zone. It wasn't a pick 6, but they were right there to score.
That's the Jameis Winston experience, baby. You're going to see throws that you're like, I can't believe this guy just made that throw. And then he'll make some of the dumbest decisions. But it's high volume. A lot of yards, a lot of touchdowns, a lot of picks.
Deshaun Watson's getting paid $46 million this year.
The albatross.
Jameis Winston's getting paid $4 million.
Yeah, I have no
And where's Ed Herman? They can afford to do that because it's the NFL, and you can just piss that money away, and everybody's got a pile.
The Broncos are looking pretty good, Doug. I know your son, John Vaughn, loves those Denver Broncos, and they're looking pretty good to get in the playoffs. They actually have a 2-goal, a game and a half lead, I think, on the Colts.
Yeah, they're 8-5, won 3 in a row. Could easily have won that Chiefs game.
Yes.
Field goal there. It'd be a different season for them. They'd be fighting for the division title if they
did. Nix looks a lot better than he did at the beginning of the year.
That's great.
Like, oh, man.
He got a good arm.
Really good. Yeah.
He did throw a couple picks, but he looks like they've definitely found their franchise.
Sean Payton. This is the apology tour for Sean Payton. Caught all kinds of hell. Oh, you're not ready to give him the apology. I felt like you put that coffee down like Jack Lemmon.
That thing he did.
The coffee down.
Yeah, that's right.
It's for closers.
Alec Baldwin. I love that movie.
Okay.
So that's good.
Is that an art film? That wasn't
Glengarry Glen Ross? I mean,
Borderline.
It's an adaptation of a play.
David
A lot of waffling here for a guy who's so binary with the good or bad.
David Mamet.
Mamet.
Wow, you just got correct. Did you see that?
Well, you kind of said
Put
it.
into a corner. I wasn't sure if it was Mamet or Mamet.
David Mamet. Yeah.
Mamet.
Damn it. I forgot what I was saying.
You were talking about these Broncos white helmets.
You were putting the coffee down.
Oh, Sean Payton. What did he do? He did.
He got a rough outing with Russell Wilson last year.
Right, but he really talked down on the former coach of the Broncos.
He did, Nathaniel Hackett, and that's Aaron Rodgers' guy, and then Nathaniel Hackett hasn't necessarily had a great run since.
Yeah, I just didn't like that, and I thought that was wrong.
Kind of had an ugly first year out there.
Yeah,
So
and then,
that was the verbal version of planting the flag?
Yeah, kind of, and I still remember the stuff with the Saints and Greg Williams. It's just he rubs me the wrong way.
I got to tell you, I was about to jump in and say I really like Sean Payton. In part, I interviewed him last year. He's friends with Chase.
Yes, he came to the game.
And wanted to play. And I guess Chase, they all go to Idaho and hang out in the summer. And Sean Payton lives in the same area where Chaser and Gretzky and all these guys are just jacking around. But he come like little kids. But on the show, he was great because he coached Marshall Faulk in college. He was his running backs coach at San Diego State, so he had stories about that. He went to Eastern Illinois when Hannafin and the Big Red were having training camp up there, and I think he was, like a ball boy or whatever, so he's telling stories. I mean, and becoming friends with Chaser. I find him more entertaining because of that interaction. Now, Marshall used to always say when he was on the Cowboys staff with Bill Parcells, watch Sean Payton. That dude will be an NFL coach. He'll be good. Watch that Sean Payton. He would always say that. I'm like, who the hell is Sean Payton? Ended up being a great coach in New Orleans. Had a great quarterback. That's always the rub, right? If you got Brady, you're great. If you got Drew Brees, you're great. But I just kind of got a kick out of him. So I'm on board. I agree some of that Greg Williams Saint stuff, even though he became a great Rams coach as well. I put it aside. We'll leave Bounty Gate down there.
Wow. Fisher comes in. That's a good one.
Fisher impression as well. He's got them all, Jackson. Send your emails in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45. That will be in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess will take wonderful care of you. Their names are on the dealership. This isn't just like a guy we know. These are the people whose names are on the dealership, and we happen to know them. StLouisAcura.com and AltonToyota.com, and we know them because we have worked with them for a number of years. We talk about accessibility for the people we endorse on this show. Well, here is another case, 314-252-0029. They send out a number specific for TMA listeners to call or text to get first-class customer care from the people at Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota online. It's StLouisAcura.com and AltonToyota.com. Martin, I know you have a thing at 10 o'clock, but I want to get to the golden at bat.
Oh, please.
Are you aware of the golden at bat? Doug, are you aware of the golden at bat?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't because I wanted your reaction live on the air to the golden at bat.
It doesn't sound real. I can't believe this is real.
I listened to the podcast with Rob Manfred and John Oran of the Sports Business Journal to hear context. Phenomenal. We'll have that. If you haven't heard about the golden at bat, this is something Major League Baseball is considering. Wait till you hear it. It's coming up next year on TMA. Back to TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. All right, golden at bat, Doug. Man, I wish you wouldn't have known about this because I would have loved to hear you implode on the air.
Yeah, it seems like the way you play backyard baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our friends playing like video games like RBI baseball. Oh, Jackson, you would have loved RBI baseball.
MVP baseball 05. Real ones know.
There you go, Martin. A variety of different video games. Here's what we got from the Athletic, Jason Stark. And this was on a podcast which I listened to. I guess he's with Puck now, not Sports Business Journal, John Oren.
Used to always be with Andrew Marchand. That was the most popular sports media
podcast.
And then they got split apart.
Yeah. When the commissioner of baseball speaks, we listen. So we were listening a few weeks ago when Rob Manfred stopped by the podcast of Puck's John Oren and dropped this giant breadcrumb about a rule change that seems like it might be coming someday to a ballpark near you and a mobile device even closer to you. Quote, there are a variety of rule change ideas that are being talked about out there, Rob Manfred said, and one of them, there was a little buzz around it in an owners meeting, was the idea of a golden at-bat. Now, for those of you who have not read the article or listened to the podcast, you're going, what is the golden at-bat? I shall explain. It's not to be confused with the Golden Goose. This is actually in the column, not from the 590 the man, 1380 the woman press conference. It is an idea that would change everything about how baseball, the ultimate team sport, has always worked. So what is it? I've been asking that question and others about this rule idea for months, so let's try to explain every golden little thing about it, Jason Stark writes. What if a team could choose one at-bat in every game to send its best hitter to the plate, even if it wasn't that guy's turn to hit? That is the golden at-bat concept in a nutshell. So say there are 2 outs in the 10th inning in October. The Yankees and Guardians are tied. Does this ring a bell at all? But in this alternate October universe, it's not Juan Soto who's due up. It's, say, Oswaldo Cabrera. Except the Yankees say, no. We're going to use our golden at-bat here, and we will send up Juan Soto. Quote, wouldn't that be the ultimate golden at-bat homer? One front office executive mused as we were talking about the concept.
Stop musing.
Can we send Juan Soto up there to do that? He actually did hit that homer in that moment. And so that is the concept of the golden at-bat.
Where did this come from? This sounds like a game show. Does it not sound like a game show? You're talking about, get Costas on line one. This is just so stupid.
The funniest thing would be if you could get deep into the analytics and like you use your golden at bat for some like some guy who's hitting like 210 but has like good numbers against lefties with a changeup, and so you put some guy up there who has no business being up there.
And what do you do if like the Dodgers number 9 hitter is replaced by Ohtani in the 9th inning? He's their best hitter. Ohtani doubles, and now Ohtani's due up again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm confused about how they get
twice in a row.
Right, Stark's right. How would this rule be worded? Sorry, that's a mystery nobody can answer yet.
Oh, great.
Work on that.
This is a worse idea than the man and the woman. This really is.
That's tough.
This is really stupid.
I like all of Rob Manfred's other moves. I've been in favor of the pitch clock and getting away with the shift. I'm on board for all that stuff.
You like the runner on second base?
It doesn't bother me too much.
Okay, that's interesting. That's the one that's held up as being one of the...
Because I can see it's very obvious. Fans don't like long extra inning games. They don't stick around for the games.
It's two-point conversion.
The players don't. The managers don't. Nobody likes it. Really long. It's fun to say a week later, wow, we played 18 innings. But when it's going on, everybody hates it. The fans go home. They don't want to watch it. You can't watch 5-6 hour baseball games. So for that reason, it doesn't really bother me. But this fundamentally changes the game.
What if the Cardinals tell Arenado, you'll get to be our golden at bat? Will he want to stick around? You get to be the... And how about the manager, like on the Yankees? You've got the golden at bat. Should we? Soto's like, oh, pick me, coach, pick me. And Judge's like, I'm the golden at bat.
Yeah,
all of a sudden, you got a divisive locker room.
Yeah, it's an easier decision.
This is just weird.
Each team gets to pick.
Change is the golden goose.
There you go.
Right.
Each team gets to pick one at bat at any point in the game, but only once to play its golden at bat card. That's the deal. So there you go, Doug. Golden at bat.
Ollie, would you say you shouldn't have used the golden at bat in the second inning?
Or you didn't use your golden at bat at all.
Yeah, it's like leaving the timeout in your pocket. If you are to look at it from, and trust me, I am not on board with this at all, but if you were to look at it from playing devil's advocate, it does give some agency to the manager who's kind of lost a lot of that with the DH and how much analytics come to play. But I assume that if this was to happen, analytics in the front office would also come to play.
So here is why I haven't fallen out of love with baseball, but my love for the game has decreased recently.
You don't
I do
love
not
the game?
love the game. And as a child of the 1980s, perhaps this will resonate for those of you who can recall the 82, 85, 87 Cardinals. But even the 1989 Cardinals were, I think, in first place for a period of time in September. If you won your division, you were one of 4 teams that now had a chance to win the World Series. So the regular season of 162 games had value, and it has now been devalued to the point of it being, as it's now called, a tournament. So you've, from my standpoint, erased the greater value of the regular season. And now the other part of baseball that made it so unique relative to the other 3 major North American professional sports is the statistics. And so if you now have gold at bats, you've totally demeaned the value of the statistics, comparatively speaking, to take your pick of what other era. Now, you can present reasons for those statistics changing, certainly the steroid era, if you wanted to go that direction, or pitching and what was going on before they changed the rule in the 1960s when Gibson had his famous year. But with that all said, a golden at bat turns this thing into a video game. And what it strikes me as being a game that knows it's losing popularity, trying to grasp at straws to maintain some relevance in a society that is starting to move on as far as younger generations go.
I mean, the McAfee field goal on game day, that's great. It's fun. It's hijinks. It's a pregame show. This feels so stupid. Like, I don't know how owners could sit in the room and not laugh and say, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. How about this? We'll do a fan at bat. You bring a fan down. They get 1 at bat. You can use in any inning. We'll have the fan at bat. We'll get it sponsored by 5.9 to the fan.
This all gets settled with the release the Hoosier.
I was just going to release the Hoosier.
Yeah, this is what they should do.
Martin, I don't know if you've heard the concept of Doug's release the Hoosier. Doug, why don't you brief the audience?
Seventh or eighth inning or so, maybe the game's not close. How are you going to keep the people in the building? You play release the Hoosier. You get one of those. You know how they do? They
usually
release
a
the
wave
bull.
Starter.
Okay. They release the bull out of the cage at the rodeo, and the bull comes jumping out. You put a drunken, getting nice and liquored up, real nice like, and you put him in that cage, and then this is between innings, and then you open up the cage, and he runs out, and you get like 6 security guys try to tackle him, and if he can stay on his feet for like 30 seconds, he wins like tickets to the next game. He can be hollering like that. Can't you just see some overweight Hoosier running all over the field and the slapstick guards trying to tackle him?
If you're talking about improving the game day experience, like Bill DeWitt III has been talking about, it's one of the best ideas I've ever heard. It really is. It would be the ultimate entertainment night in and night out.
People love to run on the field.
Yeah,
they love to.
You'd probably curtail any and all running on the field because they know they have opportunity to do it with immunity.
Yeah, a real shot at it.
Did they do that in Gladiator? They released the Hoosier?
Yeah, basically. With some CGI monkeys.
I just can't believe in the room with people that are in the game of baseball. They think you can just kind of manipulate it and make it so game showy that's going to make people excited. You're going to lose the people who really do love the game, and the other people are going to say, well, that's kind of stupid.
Could that possibly be 1 or 2 owners from teams that don't draw very well trying to think of anything to get fans in the stands?
And Matt and Doug, that is why I wanted to listen to the podcast to hear the context, to see if Manfred was like laughing when he was talking about it, but it was a serious conversation. Now, I want to make this clear. He didn't say this is about to happen with regard to the automated strike zone. And then Oren jokingly said, the robots. And he says, well, I got to push back on that because it's not robots, but we need to perfect it, and we're getting close to perfecting it. But obviously, you have players of different sizes, the famous Aaron Judge, Jose Altuve picture, and then also guys have different batting stances. In addition to the same player can have a different batting stance, not necessarily entirely different batting stance, but won't be the exact same height. So they need to perfect it. But that, I do think that is on its way into the game. I don't think it's necessarily in 2025 or 2026, but I do think it's coming. As far as the golden at bat goes, I don't know how likely that is.
Agreed.
Each market could have a different version of Release the Golden Hoosier. The Yankees,
Right.
those guys that were sitting on the wall, those
the bleacher creatures.
bunch of Vinnies that were on the wall, Release the Vinny at Yankee Stadium. Each market has a different version of the Golden Hoosier.
Doug, I think that's $1 million idea.
I do too. I'm on it.
Release the Vinny.
I have no issues with that at all. The golden at bat. I honestly think players would be lobbying. Can you imagine, like Matt Holliday? Well, they didn't use me for the golden at bat. I kind of thought that was a key opportunity.
If they do it, they should let the defense get an extra infielder or outfielder.
Little Beer Cat says, "What a great idea! Why don't we add a steal a player rule, and for a whole inning you can steal a guy from the other team to play on your team?"
Like in CYC when you had not as many players and some poor soul had to go play for the other team.
Yeah, usually the kid wearing jeans.
That always
Isn't
sucks.
the real idea, though, to get more offense into the game?
Yes.
There's got to be easier ways. Either you lower the mound again or you move the darn mound back a couple feet. Guys who are throwing 100 miles an hour, you can't hardly hit that. They didn't throw 100 miles an hour 100 years ago when they laid out these baseball fields. The game has changed. The players have changed. You may have to make that switch at some point. We're going to move the mound back a couple feet.
Tony, why didn't you use Albert? Instead, you used Descalso? Yeah, man, you got to go with the hot bat. But that was the golden at bat.
That was the golden
This is Willy Wonka. Willy Wonka is running baseball.
You can give your thoughts. Call and talk. Chairman Kurt's on the phone. I mean, every time I look over there, he's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
We haven't talked to one person.
He is not. All I know is he's not enjoying this call. He's getting in the riot act read to him.
Is it a good one?
I gather. Chairman Kurt, let me know what's going on. What's going on?
Share this on the air.
You want to share this on the air? Chairman Kurt, just put the phone down. It doesn't matter. Let me know what's going on. What's he saying?
He's got an idea to enhance the game day experience.
Oh, Doug.
Gosh.
Nothing could be better than Release the Hoosier.
Let's go.
No, but we could take a second promotion. That would work too.
Sure, absolutely. All right, maybe we'll hear this coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
When you get ready to stock up for the holidays, get ready for the 12 days of savings from our friends at Schnucks. Big holiday savings coming your way starting on December 11th next week. 12 full days of savings from Schnucks. This holiday season, get up to 25% off the holiday essentials. Things like party trays. Think about that for the office party. Schnucks 12 days of savings happens from December 11th through December 22nd. Every day during the event, Schnucks will drop a new digital coupon with a hot offer. Look in the Schnucks Rewards app. Check out the daily offer. Clip the digital coupon, which is only in the app. Each offer lasts just one day. Be sure to grab these hot day deals while you can. Check out the weekly ad, the Schnucks Rewards app, viewing all great offers for more information. It's the 12 days of savings starting December 11th, only in the Schnucks Rewards app.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Chicago Bulls defeat the Brooklyn Nets last night, 128-102. The Slob Wizard, Josh Giddey, with 20 points, 13 rebounds, and 11 assists. That's sideline out of bounds, the Slob Wizard. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, I don't care what you say. These Sports Center updates are becoming appointment radio.
I don't understand some of the verbiage.
We just heard Pritch better have my money at 8 o'clock, and now I just heard the Slob Wizard?
Yeah, that's they nicknamed Josh Giddey that when he was in Oklahoma City. Sideline out of bounds.
Release the Slob Wizard or the Slav?
Slob, S-L-O-B, sideline out of bounds.
Okay, we could have some Slob Wizards down at Bush, probably. Release those folks right after the Hoosier.
Release the Hoosier. I would stick around for the 7th inning stretch every time.
Sure you would. You'd have to.
Make it the 8th inning. Stick around for another inning.
It would be the most watched thing in all of sport.
It would be.
Think about that. And also think about the applications for the security. Like people would want to go out there,
like clock spear, like Goldberg did back in the day on WCW. Spear the Hoosier.
But the security people all must be at least 50 pounds overweight.
Yeah. Yeah, they can't be trained for this.
Do you think baseball is starting to look at some of the popularity of the Savannah Bananas and thinking we got to do something to liven things up around here?
That's the thing. They're spinning it and they're going, it was great because Rob Manfred's like, the ratings were up, and then Oren jumps in. He goes, well, because they were down last year, so they're up over last year. And I'm like, oh, good for you. Don't just take this crap because the commissioner's sitting there with you.
It's a sports business guy right there.
God bless America. I appreciated that. Yeah. Yes, exactly right, Doug. I think you're right about that with the Savannah Bananas. And the declining popularity. The game's pacing, as much as I love it, does not fit the subconscious programming of a young mind, which gets instant gratification and dopamine hits from social media. That's it. Might sound highbrow. It's not. Do you like scrolling? Yes. Does baseball match scrolling? No. You got a problem. That's it.
Bill DeWitt III talked about improving the game day experience. It could well be that he's on to this. Release the Hoosier promotion.
He regretted saying that, I believe. Didn't he tell us that?
He did say that.
Because I know how that came off, or he knew that had gotten clipped and saved as maybe not the moment.
Martin, you've been upset that we've been getting a bunch of phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and we haven't been putting them on. We now have Chris, and I'm putting them on right away. Chairman Kurt filtered them on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chris, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN.
Good morning. Can I talk to Jackson? I got a question for him.
Can Chris talk to Jackson?
Absolutely.
The rest of you, head out.
Yeah,
this is for you.
He's right here.
What's the word, Chris?
Hey, Jackson. He's a legend. We all know it. He's not Brooks Robinson, but he's the closest that we've had in a long time to Terry Pendleton, and it's Arenado.
Okay.
How would you feel about moving him and pumping him up and putting him in the center of the diamond like they did to Machado, going to shortstop versus third, and resting Mason Wynn's arm and putting two guys over at third base and giving them a chance, which is Nolan Gorman and Jordan Walker.
Yeah,
and putting Contreras at first base.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have our three set outfielders, Burleson, Donovan, and Ciani, and Victor Scott as our fourth outfielder that can play almost anywhere.
You're going to take Wynn out of the lineup?
No, the question was, I'm glad you addressed this to me, Chris.
No. Wynn plays second base. We always went back to Gruzelanek and said, Gruzelanek was it. But you save Wynn's arm and you let Wynn look into the face of Arenado at shortstop and gain anything else that guy can gain.
Yeah,
So you're saving Wynn's arm. What are we saving it for? Down the road?
Yeah.
Well, and then move Wynn back over to shortstop. Let Arenado get pumped up and get his bat going. We know our Mason Wynn's bat is going. We know Contreras' bat's going. Let's get Gorman's bat and let Walker try out at third base and see who's the best third baseman, and the extra Sagasi guy, the gentleman at second base, can rest anybody on the infield, and Victor Scott can rest anybody on the outfield.
You got like 20 guys on the infield. Chris, can I ask a question? Why,
Martin, I'm asking, I want Jackson.
Thank you.
I understand.
The guy asked the question to me.
My question is for Chris as to why the question is directed at Jackson. Yeah, I was trying. Jackson, will you ask him why the question is directed at you?
Yeah.
Because Jackson, he is very smart.
Yes.
Is this his dad?
Yeah. No, thank you, Chris. No, I really appreciate you asking me.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know the plays that
I got a thing anyway.
Nolan Arenado jumps over the third base bag and throws it across the infield.
Right.
Imagine him looking like Derek Jeter this year.
No doubt. I often
and giving him a 1 or 2 year
What's
deal.
your answer, pal?
Yeah, giving him a 1 or 2 year deal and pumping his bat up as the centerpiece, and then letting Mason Wynn's arm rest a little bit.
For sure,
his shoulder.
Bless him. I love the idea. I love the idea of taking guys late in their career and moving them to a position like shortstop, and then taking young talent who clearly excels at that position and then moving them completely out of the way.
Well, we moved Matt Carpenter all around. Let's face it.
And that panned out tremendously. I would say I appreciate you asking me this, Chris.
Listening to the Jackson Burkett show.
I personally...
I really liked... we should have left Matt Carpenter at second base.
Yeah, and Schumacher.
And what do you think about... what do you think about taking the diamond from where number 4 used to play up to second base where Tommy Herr used to play and hitting over to the right side? And all these guys that are talented hit over to the right side all year. Like
just
the Houston Astros, Altuve got 200 hits a year. And we challenge anybody on our team to get 175 hits a year. Okay,
I didn't think anyone could be on more Adderall than me, but I think Chris might have nailed it.
Chris, did you call in a couple weeks ago with the thoughts on the hitting from the belly button?
I did, yeah, from your chest to your belly button.
What does that mean exactly?
Do you have any interest in...
like Stan Musial would swing.
But how is that chest to the belly button? Are you taking
Doug's question?
You get lower, and you can control your swing like Rod Carew. You get lower, okay? Guys, Pete Rose, you think about how they would swing, okay?
Talk to me.
Okay. Doug, does that answer your question?
I guess it does.
Guys that have a longer swing like Justin Turner or Goldschmidt, no, you want to shorten it up and just get the name of the game, right, guys, is getting on the bases. I mean, bases is baseball.
Right.
Think about that, Doug.
It's right in the name.
Hey, Martin.
Bye, Martin.
Martin is left. Chris, thank you
Jackson,
so much.
what would you do? Jackson, I just want to know one thing. What would you think about the Cardinals hitting to the opposite field and up the middle for the next 7 years? That would bring home a World Series, I do believe. And the other thing is, what about Arenado playing shortstop? Jackson,
thank you, Chris. I'm gonna let you go, Chris, but I'm gonna answer your question. And I appreciate you calling in, brother.
That's interesting. The Air Comfort Service tax line doesn't.
I personally wouldn't be moving Arenado to shortstop. I'd be moving him out west, likely to the Dodgers, and trying to get anything he can. I don't love moving guys in their mid to late 30s and moving them to shortstop, where you have somebody who's 22 and excels at that position. I would keep that where it is, but I like that he's getting creative.
Mm-hmm. Were we pumped there?
Get this mother ever off the air. Doug, that's about 30 texts from different numbers.
You know, sometimes I wonder what I don't know what I'm contributing to this show, and then I get a caller like that on the air, and I realize I'm meant to be.
That's it. Now, gold star. Let's see what we got here. This guy's giving off serious Buffalo Bill vibes. That's from Carlos Spice. What is going on? This sounds like Mickey Carroll. Please give him a lollipop of bleach. That's from Mr. Bojangles. I'd like to talk Tom Brady and Drew Brees and Aaron Rodgers and Andrew Luck. That's from Long Tom. Jackson, Jackson's pulling up the drop right now.
He was advocating that they hit to the opposite field for the next 7 years.
This guy's high off his F&S. It's from Mr. Siders. He's been critical of Jackson's 7-iron distance. Feels like he should carry the ball further.
Yeah.
Take a listen, Doug.
Yes, Bob. Yes, I wanted to talk about Tom Brady, and I also wanted to talk about Phillip Rivers.
Well, go ahead.
I also wanted to talk about Carson Wentz and Drew Brees, Andrew Luck.
Get rid of him. Come on.
That's enough.
you think that's what we were just dealing with? We were on the receiving end of that, except we just gave a larger berth.
It was like a fencing match where he just kept poking. Every time I tried to answer, it was poke right in the throat. But I like that call. Chris is welcome to call in anytime.
Oh, it's a friend of the show now, Chris, on the Callier and Thompson.
Somebody just put himself in the running for listener of the month. Yeah.
Listener of the year.
Milagro Tequila, Chris. That's what you got coming your way. TMASTL.com is where you can sign up. James Carlton presents the Colonel Gabriel P. DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on the program, online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can call him at 314-961-4800. I am a client of James Carlton, and so I can speak firsthand to my experience with James Carlton. And yesterday, got a little notification, little text, hey, you have a payment due in a week. You sent this about a month ago, and I just blew it off, obviously. And it's that kind of proactive service that allows you to have an easy rapport with your insurance agent. But guess what? I also get texts when they go, hey, we found a way for you to save X number of dollars off of your policy. They're always looking to save money for their clients. That's why James Carlton has 400 5-star reviews when you type his name in Google. It's James Carlton, carltoninsurance.net. Just give him a call. You have nothing to lose, and my guess is you're going to have something to gain saving money. 314-961-4800. 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne had a thing at 10 o'clock. Chairman Kurt now sitting at the dais. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, and he will field your calls if you have sports questions. Doug, you and I are out. Jackson is in.
He's got to rest Mason Wynn's arm.
And then just hit Oppo. All Oppo.
For the next 7 years.
From your belly button.
So your 8th year, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Send your emails in on Chris's call the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN. A lot of texts. People want Chris to get his own show.
I'd be down for that.
You should.
Now, this is interesting because Brian Henson, who covers the Colts, chasing the Broncos, and he writes, great call, Mr. Burkett, very subtle. Hey, I have a question for Doug. Doug, could you drop your drawers and ask Martin if I can do a Michigan by planting my face in his breast? Thanks.
Who said
Not sure who they beat, but Anthony Richardson led the Colts on another stirring comeback Sunday. Is he the answer at quarterback? Maybe, but not if Joey Flacco has anything to say about it. That's from the Colts beat writer for the Indianapolis Star-Tribune, Brian Henson.
I didn't like it at all. Brian Henson's been suspended for some of his verbiage. Suspended a period of 2 days' time, and his name right now as we speak, is going into the IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com suspension log.
I think that's too quick of a trigger, I'll be honest with you. Jackson, you deep teased this and color me curious. SMU, Indiana, what is it? It was a very surprising tease, and Martin said, well, how late are you going to wait to give the tease? And I'm sitting here at 10:15. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. I need to hear the tease. Pay the tease off, brah.
Sure. I hate to name the source because it's really just a guy on Twitter. However,
God.
but I respect it. But, if he had CBS next to his name, I don't know. If it's a good point. I think it's a good point.
If anything, we respect somebody who's chosen to work in a different industry.
Correct.
And yet still has an informed opinion on the topic. So fine, let's hear it.
So this is from Brian Fagan.
Doug, you know Brian Fagan.
I don't know Brian Fagan.
And he calls
John
this
Fagan.
the positive feedback loop in college football.
Okay.
And now he starts it off basically by saying Penn State started the season ranked at number 8. They finished 11-1 and ranked number 3. Number 3, why? Because Penn State's one loss is to Ohio State, which sounds great, right? Can't dock them for losing to Ohio State. They're a powerhouse. But Ohio State started the season ranked at 2 and finished ranked around 7. The Ohio State has 2 losses, one to undefeated Oregon and the other to a mediocre Michigan. The loss to a mediocre team, a loss to 2, should mean something, but it doesn't. Ohio State is in a positive feedback loop and is ranked number 7.
Interesting. Doug, you following this? If you're a team that's got the positive feedback brand, you get excuses, is what Brian Fagan sounds like he's trying to lay out.
Yeah. And so right here is what I think the best example. So Ohio State's best win is against Penn State, and the only reason that's considered a marquee win is because Penn State is ranked 3. But why is Penn State ranked 3? What have they done that another school, say SMU, hasn't? Penn State looks good because their only loss is to Ohio State, but Ohio State looks good because their best win is Penn State. So it's just this positive feedback loop. And if you're in the positive feedback loop, this gets to branding.
There's a combined 3 losses between Ohio State and Penn State. I mean, that's an important part. And one of those losses is from the other one to Penn State.
Right. Yes. And then,
that's an important context.
For sure. But when you look...
And by the way, I agree with his basic principle of brands get votes.
Yeah.
But... we do also have to include the fact that these teams won, and when Ohio State faced an undefeated team in Indiana, they held them to 158 yards in offense.
Right. So, and I would say that Indiana is outside of the positive feedback.
I would agree with that. I think Missouri and South Carolina are outside of the positive feedback. Illinois outside of the positive feedback loop. They have to go above and beyond to get in, whereas a team like Alabama, in your opinion, Doug, will get excused in tonight when they reveal the rankings.
I think so.
Right.
And the question becomes is if SMU loses to Clemson, does SMU then bump whichever SEC 3-loss team will be in the mix tonight? That's the question. And I'm operating on the premise, by the way, that Miami will not be in there. Does anybody think Miami will be in?
No,
I think they're out.
I think they're out.
I think they were just waiting for Miami to lose some games.
Because if you look at the body of work, they were dancing with the devil multiple times.
More often than
that
not.
was also a thing. Outside of Missouri getting beaten 75-10, they also danced with the devil multiple times. But unlike Miami, they actually got blown off the field, and so Missouri was no longer in the crosshairs.
Yeah. Yes.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. And this guy also references Penn State's best win is Illinois. SMU's best win is Louisville, who's objectively a better win than Penn State's win against Illinois. Louisville beat Clemson. That's better than any win Illinois has.
I like where he's going, but I think he's defeating by not including the fact that Penn State's one loss was a goal line stand loss against Ohio State. I mean, that also loses. I get what he's doing, and I respect it because I think his principle is right. I think the manner with which he's presenting his argument is if you dig into it, you can easily pick it apart.
Right, and I might be doing it disservice, by the way.
How long is the tweet?
It's a big thread, and you know how I feel about
you
threads.
don't like threads. Doug Jackson doesn't like threads.
Why do you hate threads?
Not the app itself, like Twitter, like get a blog, bro. Like, come on, I'm not trying to scroll.
Is that an insult? Get a blog, bro?
They make you hit the show more thing. It's a whole, I don't love.
You would just like it if you wrote on Substack.
Yeah, I'm a free Substack, ideally. Throw me an ad. I don't care. I just want to read.
Right. Doug, you and
it's
Substack?
And it's too much for you to hit the show more so that...
No, it's like, get a blog. That's what I think.
Bro.
Ideally. I mean, I don't know. But I liked where this guy was coming from. Because I think branding is such a big part of the selection.
Sure. Well, it is just entertainment after all.
And there you go, belittling my passions.
I'm not belittling anything. I'm saying it's entertainment. It's driven by television. These are television shows.
My passion is Dr. Brandon Pryor.
He's a Tennessee passionate.
Yeah, he is. He'll be happy tonight, I would think. 100 West Dental. He'd be really happy if the Volunteers get to host a home game. 100 West Dental. If you are on the fence about Invisalign, at 100 West Dental, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with the process. And if you decide to go through with it, you mention my name and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Just go online at 100westdental.com, or if you'd like, you can call 636-585-0100, and you don't have to call the schedule. You can just go to 100westdental.com and check the calendar online and the availability and book right then and there. I have been to the offices, and they really do have the newest technology. Does not feel like an old school dentist office at all at 100 West Dental. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team. And don't forget, mention my name. You get $1,000 off an Invisalign package at 100 West Dental. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt in for Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. Play some damn drops. That's from Jackson's drop auditor in the YouTube chat. I mean, I just looked up at the YouTube chat. I read what I see, and that's what I saw.
It's really been disappointing.
Is that right?
No. That's not right at all.
You can watch the program on Talk It Over at youtube.com/TMASTL. There's also a 101 ESPN channel. And, of course, you can email in. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45 before the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour comes to a conclusion. And in this 10 o'clock hour, Jackson said he's got a good question for us, Doug. So I guess we'll just settle in.
Okay, sure. We'll take questions.
He's coming off of a great answer to Chris's call. Let's see how he can handle playing the role of questioner. Provocateur.
What do you think has been the worst fashion trend of your life, and what is one you wish would come back?
Doug, I know you're going to be all over this. So when I know this is a perfect pitch for you to hit, I yield.
Yeah, go on.
We had some really, really horrible fashion when I was in high school and college with double knit leisure suits. That was probably the worst look.
Yeah. What about the big, like, double Windsor knot? I feel like that was a 70s thing. Like people
You
wearing.
still see a little of that today.
Oh, that's a bad look.
Instead of that, you like the half Windsor?
I actually don't mind. I mean, I don't wear it, but I don't mind. I think we have two going on right now that within 5 years, or we might even now for like people in LA or New York or Miami might be like, oh, God, that's out, that are going on right now.
We're talking fashion?
Fashion, 2024.
You're not talking haircuts or anything?
No, I'm talking fashion. And I think, Doug, you might be able to get one of them, and I think the other one, I think I'll have to announce it before anybody is with me.
I'm a little worried I might be guilty of something Doug's thinking of.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you
Ankles out.
Fashion trend. Ankles out, is that what you said?
Oh, yeah, no socks on the getting dressed up and having no socks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad look. The Pee Wee Herman super tight suits that you see some people wear, horrible look. That would go away.
I think this one is going to resonate with you, like the Jackson calls it the sportscaster look, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's bad.
But the brown shoes.
Oh, with the dark suit.
With the bright,
yeah.
with the brighter brown shoes.
Yeah,
with
that looks bad.
And the sportscaster. And then I think within 5 years, the short shorts on gentlemen.
Ooh. Oh, I'm into those.
Yeah.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Skies out, thighs out, Doug.
It makes you look sleeker. The long shorts.
The issue, of course, is that many, unfortunately, in the U.S. who haven't been able to get to the Ozempic just yet might not necessarily be sleek, and then they're still exposing.
Well, yeah, you gotta create the outfit based on the body, not the other way around.
So are you saying if you have like a 38 waist or above, you should not be skies out, thighs out?
No, 38's okay.
Thank you.
Because you can be like you can be athletically built and wear like a 38 waist. I think once that starts with a 4, then you're probably dealing with.
You're cutting it off.
Well, you probably got a thicker thigh. And listen, I don't judge.
Now, when you say short shorts, you're talking about little boy shorts that might show a hint of cheek?
No, not like hot pants. Like 5-inch inseams.
Like right here.
Take a look at the chairman.
That's
right
pretty
there.
short.
Yeah.
You don't want the long ones that go below the knee.
Right.
That looks like a
the and
clown
one
show.
shorts.
Yeah, those are horrible.
Of days gone by. But I think there probably is a happy medium. But I like a shorter short. It should be above the knee.
And I think the larger quad is key to the short.
I think a slender leg is better.
Oh, you're way off the mark here.
All right, fair enough. But that's what I think on the short shorts. But I think tighter pants have already fallen out of style. You'll see,
right?
Yeah, baggier pants are back. Baggy pants are way back.
You think it crisscrossed the Mac Daddy and the Daddy Mac?
A little bit. If pants are a little bit baggy, they're just more comfortable.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Now,
yes.
I got a wedding this weekend.
Ooh, mazel.
Oh, where is it?
Little Rock.
Oh, my turf, the 501.
I'm going to ask about you when I get down there.
Yep,
but
25 years removed.
I'm wearing a
Who'd
suit.
you ask?
I guarantee people still remember.
Yeah, just go out.
My 7 months in Little Rock.
Yeah, some of the scores you gave. How could they forget?
But I got a suit. But I'm thinking about going no tie.
Love it.
Either the dress shirt, no tie,
that's
or
100% on
turtleneck.
If it's the weather's permitting.
Are you teaching theater, bro?
No, I like that play.
Thank you.
I like that play. You know me. I love a turtleneck.
Doug, you don't like a gentleman in sport going with a turtleneck. There's no way you do.
No,
I'm gonna
not
have
if the turtleneck comes like way up to your chin.
I gotta hide the hickey I'm gonna have.
Not like
cats and
Not like Bazooka Joe, where it's like over your face,
Over
but
your
like
mouth?
yeah, but like appropriately sized. Even a mock turtleneck like Tiger in like 06.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
I'll do a get ready with me on Friday, and you can kind of let me know.
OOTD.
In the 70s, we had a thing called the Dickie. Have you ever seen one of those?
Flip that off.
I used to wear them.
You get the turtleneck, but it only goes down to like 2 inches below your shoulders. It's not a whole shirt. It's just a fake turtleneck.
I know. I used to make I loved the look of a white T-shirt under all clothes. So I would take white T-shirts and I would cut them like a dickie and wear them under my
You're
shirt.
gonna get tossed out of the dude.
Why not just wear the T-shirt?
Because it would be too, like in the summer, it'd be too much.
Oh,
it's a lot
too
of
much
fat. I'd be like Buzz Williams sweating up a storm.
40 waist shaming just alienated 90% of the listeners. Time to get ready to walk that one back again, Berkey. That's from Flip Wilson.
Nonsense. I wasn't saying that you like can't wear anything. I just said short shorts, 40 waist, that math ain't adding up.
40 waist is pretty big.
That's
getting up
not
there.
crazy. That's not crazy. 40?
It's not crazy, but it's getting to be a pretty big guy.
Doug, would you like to see a gentleman in 3-inch inseams of the 40 waist?
It's just below average in Jeffco, where I come from.
You don't look like you're a 38 waist, are you?
38's a little big.
Yeah.
36 is what I go with.
But
now.
you've got a big, husky, athletic build.
Aw.
Oh, I'm just saying, some people can pull it off. Yeah. If you're a big football player, no one's going to say, oh, my God, you're a 40 waist. But if you're just a fat slob, a 40 can be a big guy.
Well, if you're like 40 waist, 28 inseam.
Okay, now we're just taking shots.
Was that a weeble wobble?
Did he just guess your size?
I mean, he's not far.
28 inseam.
Jackson.
You are top tall.
You like that phrase, Doug?
No,
Top,
I don't like that.
Well, more midsection than
And especially
leg. I'm all leg.
High-waisted.
Yeah, I am.
If I want him to cut off around the ankle, I think a 28 would be sufficient.
It's a little. All right, fair enough. Hey, I'm not judging.
Short shorts on guys should have never happened. I blame it on the woke losers. That's from the old Appleton stepdad. It's a beautiful morning in old Appleton, Doug.
Least surprising thing I've heard all day.
Really short shorts on guys really look very gay.
I'm not saying really short.
Very gay.
I'm talking about like 5-inch inseam. That's not that short.
Ted Bundy wore the best turtleneck in Brooks Brother blazer. Thanks. That's from the Warson Woods
He
Wacko.
did. Yeah.
Did he?
Well, he wore the hell out of that blazer.
I'm trying to. I want to get a dinner jacket.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I think that's a good look.
You
Like a
guys,
smoking jacket?
you guys usually piss me off when you don't talk sports, but mentioning the Dickie will always bring a smile. This is great. Thanks. That's from Lisa, and she's a gem, right?
She's a gem. She's a gem.
She does not like Ali Marmol or John Mozeliak. No. I will tell you that. You can give your thoughts as well, 314-399-9646, and you can participate in the YouTube chat. Don Pepe and John Scores, the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month. They're in there talking it over, and you can participate in the chat as well. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, 1045, BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. The Fast Lane at 2 o'clock. Blues at Jets pregame here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. and the puck drops at 7 p.m. Big kind of, what do you think, Tuesday night sports? No problem. Got the Blues and the Jets, Doug.
Yeah.
And you got Missouri and Cal, Jackson. And you got the college football playoff ranking show, and I will be locked in on them all.
Kind of a big Tuesday.
Yeah, kind of a rare, random big Tuesday. All right, we'll take a commercial break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After. 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Doug, we kind of got some big guests coming in studio. I like this.
Yeah.
Benji Molina's going to be in studio tomorrow. And Martin just texted me from a break in his onboarding. And Doug Armstrong is going to be in studio from 9 to 10 on Friday. So
Very
Benji
nice.
Molina, 9:30. And I think Chuckles Marlowe's coming in.
Yes.
I don't know if what day or time.
I think he said Thursday or Friday. We'll work that out.
Doesn't sound like a firm commitment to me there, Doug.
No.
Well,
Maybe he's busy.
Yeah.
I got there's a lot of what's it called? Irons in the fire. A lot of irons in the fire.
Okay, there you go. Okay, there you go. Mungan sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour at stlouisacura.com and AltonToyota.com. And I got to get out there and see that Ryan Seiberg. Doug, I have an A16 notification.
Oil change.
Oil change, that's exactly right. And then just like everybody else in St. Louis, I would imagine you're getting tire pressure notifications going off right now. That's what happens when we go from warm weather to cold weather. Get your car serviced at Mungan. Even if you didn't get your car from Mungan, it's stlouisacura.com and AltonToyota.com. Plus, they're as accessible as the day is long. 314-252-0029 is the number they have set up for TMA listeners to text or call and talk to the people in charge. Doug, you call them the muckety mucks.
The muckety mucks.
That's right. That's what
Straight
they do.
to 'em.
They are as accessible as it gets at Mungan, St. Louis Acura, Mungan, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. All right, we have fallen behind on the clock, so we are going to have a quick segment here. We'll catch back up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues take on the Jets tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game starts at 6 p.m. and the puck drops at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Welcome back, Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan. That's Doug Vaughn. Oh, look over there. It's Chairman Kurt. And look over there. It's Jackson Burkett.
All four of us just sitting right here in a circle.
Yeah, just kind of talking it over. Doug, I'll give you Sadie Hawkins.
Okay.
2 high-profile names may be leaving the PGA Tour to go to Live Golf.
Okay.
A local coach calls out his team's play last night and says fans should be disappointed. And the Blues and Jets play tonight, and Jackson has his preview.
Well, I think the coach is going to be Josh Schurz. He wasn't happy that the Billikens struggled with a winless Jackson State.
Wow.
So let's go with the golf. I haven't heard anything about the golf, so let's go with that. No.
Scott Piercy at 50-1.
It's not Scott Piercy. That wouldn't move the needle much. Anybody on the day is familiar with who's next?
No.
I saw some about they were trying to do like a match between a live golfer and a PGA golfer, like it's an AFL, NFL thing.
This now, I keep my love of golf for the most part off the air because I recognize most people don't care about it, and I understand that, therefore I don't talk about it. But this part, I think, does interest people, and that is the saga with Live Golf and PGA, because nobody's watching Live Golf, no matter who they sign. They were supposedly, per Rory McIlroy, close. They had another meeting last week. But anytime they're close and then it doesn't get done, Live Golf just does the ultimate gangster move. And they go, okay.
Yeah, pluck one.
Yeah, and last year it was John Rahm right around this time.
Yeah, biggest piece so far, probably.
Especially considering they were on the verge of a deal.
Yeah.
Well, now, Doug, Tony Finau, where he be now, has withdrawn from this week's event, the Hero World Challenge, which is Tiger's event in the Bahamas. And there was a video on TikTok. Tony Finau, who has a very large family, was poolside. And his wife says, I just want to be done with all the drama in my life. And then she moves her phone over to Tony. And then he gives the hang loose sign and he says, hello, drama.
Oh gosh.
Doug.
I'm sure it's a lot of drama and hard to get through it when your husband's making $50, $60 million a year. Gosh,
I'll take the over.
I just pray that she can survive it all. I know it's tough.
I didn't know that you were that concerned about the Finau situation.
Yeah, it sounds like she's really going through something.
Is there a pool in the Bahamas?
Upset that her husband's about to be handed, what, $200 or $300 million?
That's right. Now, this is 100%. I want to be crystal clear. Whereas the Tony Finau thing, you can type it in a search engine, you will see a variety of different. I mean, you see the Tony Finau wife video, and he withdrew from the other one. That this is 100% rumor. I would be surprised by it. Jordan Spieth.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
That would be, jeez. At that point, it's
just like Yasser Al-Rumayyan from the Saudi PIF.
Yeah.
He's just like, well, let's keep taking people. It doesn't matter. Because all the guys who stuck around are like, these guys are going to get to keep their money. Why wouldn't we go? You did a deal, Jay Monahan, with the Saudis. You claimed that they were acting in bad faith. Then you did a deal with them. So why wouldn't I get my money before you go and do a deal with them and I don't get this opportunity again? Mm-hmm. And it tends to be either aging golfers or guys concerned about their health. Brooks Koepka, and then to Koepka's credit, he came back and won. But Jordan Spieth has had issues, not like back issues, but wrist issues. And would Jordan Spieth go, you know what, I've got a kid now, maybe 2. I got to go maximize this thing because I might not be able to get back. And I think that the mindset of the public on people going to Live now versus 2+ years ago, where they were considered by some, and that was framed that way by the PGA Tour, as traitorous, is totally different. I think people just go, what in the hell is going on with this thing? I either don't care or I don't fault them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is now the general reception around everybody who's made the move now is like once John Rahm did it at the top, like he was as good as it gets at that moment when he made the move. It's like it's so clearly like these guys are making so much money right then and there. Like the check clears.
And what they're doing is they then squeeze the PGA Tour even more. Now, you might go, I don't care. Nobody's watching on the CW when Liv's playing, and that is accurate. The way this impacts the PGA Tour's business, and this is really the center of the whole conversation, is as you lose stars, you then feel the obligation to either up the purses, which just comes from going to sponsors and saying pay more, and sponsors go, why would we pay more for the exact same product? Right. Or you can make a case it's actually a lesser product because the stars are now going to this other tour. Right. So Liv is not winning heads up as far as eyes. They're manipulating the dollars. And they're just squeezing the PGA Tour. And and it always happens when they're close to a deal and then they walk away and then Liv goes and gets another guy or two. And so keep an eye on Finau today and we'll see if there is indeed a second one. So there you go.
I see Spieth is now the 64th ranked player in the world. He hadn't done much the last couple of years. And if someone's going to hand you the kind of money that they're talking about here, well, why wouldn't you do it?
Right, that. And then like in a war of attrition, if it's going to be Piff, Liv against PGA, who's going to win the long-term battle? The people who have bottomless pockets or the PGA Tour, you know?
And Jay Monahan made it clear, if it's a battle of dollars, we're never going to win that one.
Absolutely. No chance.
Your thoughts are welcome on any topic by texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. Jackson and I do a podcast. It's called QFTA. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. You can send in an email, anything. That's any topic goes there. And then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way here in a matter of moments. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. And that is why he is offering carpet installers, listen to this, $7 a square yard. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That is why, again, he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That is at Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. They have it all, but carpet is awesome and back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have easy locations in the St. Louis area to check out in Creve Court, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Holidays are here. People love to entertain and show off their home. There's no better way than getting floored at Michael's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Welcome back. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Doug, you wanted it. You got it. It's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Jackson, I think it's important to tend to what we do. Should I vote for one email or Doug vote for another email, Chairman Kurt vote for a different emailer, and then you vote for a different emailer as well. And we have a four-way tie.
What do we do? What will we do?
We can consult Siri and say pick a number, run through 4.
Oh, boy.
That way it's always fair. You got a better idea?
Overtime
I would say
conversion.
Ryder, but he's not there. I don't want to put that on him.
Okay, let's struggle through it.
Do our best.
See if we can get through it.
Taco Tuesday, lads. Had a hot date with the wife last night and wanted it to go well. Jackie Blue obliged me and sent the wake-up call email, and it worked like a charm. I scored 9 seconds in. The email of the day ended with such controversy yesterday, only to be followed up by the hanging Chad that is John Scores, winning the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. I'd be willing to bet this porn star / anchorman will be laughing it up with Pistol Pale after the show over a charcuterie of hot fruit assortments. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
I could tell the asparagus dish that he ordered off the secret menu at the Jack in the Box in Kingdom City, Missouri was a bit underseasoned as I siphoned the pungent broth from the other end of my wife's father's catheter.
Oh, gosh.
No tie today. But the apple tartlet chunk that I sucked straight out of his colostomy bag was the perfect preamble to giving our latest refurbished Sibian a quick ride around his above-ground pool. His dropping makes for the perfect toppings, Doug.
The perfect toppings?
Think about it. That's from Bill Gates. Didn't he create Microsoft?
That was Gates.
I didn't know Jack in the Box had
Bill Gates.
Yeah, the Kingdom City is nice.
He's new.
Asparagus spears.
What's wrong, babe? You've hardly touched your Campbell's Chunky Soup.
Ridiculous.
Don't you like the hearty bean stew I prepared for dinner? It's fine, darling. There's plenty of sodium and MSG to satisfy my cravings. It's just that I recently lost a prizeless email contest against Buck Swope, and I'm feeling a little down in the dauber. Buck Swope? Wasn't he the stereo salesman in 1997's film Boogie Nights, starring the incomparable Burt Reynolds? Why are you so entangled in a writing competition against John Cheadle? His character arc is practically irrelevant in that piece of cinema.
It's true.
Here, let me heat up some Hormel chili to take your mind off things, sweetie. How's that sound? Thank you, dear spouse. Another piping hot bowl of canned meat and tomato sauce is just what the doctor ordered. Maybe later we can slurp beef broth out of each other's belly buttons.
Oh.
And scene. You've just heard a dramatic retelling of an actual conversation my wife and I had at dinner last night. Yesterday stung, but it's nothing a little Dinty Moore clam chowder cannot fix. Congrats, the November champion, and now it's on to December. Doug, that's from the JV golf coach workshopping his process.
I see. JV golf coach.
P.S. Louie is the most sensual mascot. He slides around the Enterprise Center without any pant on, practically daring me to explore his furry prosciutto tunnel.
No.
You like prosciutto?
Not really.
What about Super Sot?
No, thanks.
Bagabagoo.
No.
Yeah, something with you and cured meats.
That's interesting. So, this is the show, huh?
Yeah.
The Cardinals are in the process of unloading Nolan Arenado. Rob Manfred is floating some asinine golden at-bat nonsense where teams can send any hitter to the plate one time per game, regardless of where they are in the lineup. The Broncos wore white helmets on Monday Night Football. The Billikens struggled to beat a winless team from the SWAC. And what's the media in this town talking about? How some dweeb in a furry costume struck out when firing on an attractive blonde sideline reporter in the middle of the fourth quarter while a parade of simps white-knighted for her on Twitter. I know a lot about awarding Lister of the Month to a YouTube commenter that most of the audience is oblivious to based on a sus process where ties are broken by a random number generator. And it's great. How's Libby Jack?
Here we go.
We gotta bring that back.
Time to pay the Pied Piper.
How about that whole deal? Look, I have no beef with John Scores. I'm sure he's a great American, and I hope he enjoys the Milagro tequila in his Listener of the Month tumbler. Personally, I would have given it to Bob Wagon just based on his name. But really, the winner should have been that guy who called in to hold you accountable for telling butt jokes. What's that? The guy who refused to provide his first name during his hilariously awkward call did not submit an application? Well, you should have given it to Kyle or Chris or whatever he called himself the day he suggested the Cardinals swing from their chest to their belly buttons. In the 70s, we had a thing called the Dickie. Thanks, that's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope.
For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. What you got it?
I'm going to go for Buck Swope. I'm going Swopey.
It was always Bill Gapes.
It's Bill Gapes all day.
Bill Gapes is on the board and has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That is nice.
He was vile.
It's a matter of opinion. You mentioned that Kingdom City Jack in a Box.
Yeah, underseasoned veg.
And an apple tartlet.
Yeah, exactly right, Doug. Listen to all the emails.
Is that the prosciutto tunnel also?
No, that was different.
Email.
Yeah.
Totally different email. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are coming up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. At Aesthetic Design and Build, I would invite you to do exactly what I did and check out their showroom in Chesterfield and see for yourself the work they do. The showroom is in Chesterfield Valley, or you can go online at Aesthetic Design and Build and see the custom work that Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build can do for you. They will walk you through all of their different outdoor solutions, and they are customized from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal at Aesthetic Design and Build is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and the feel of your home. Dan is a great guy, and he builds an incredible product as well. No high-pressure sales route. They're so comfortable in what they do. They encourage you to check around, but they know you're going to come back to see what they do at Aesthetic Design and Build. It's custom work, and it's second to none. Call them 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.